Hey, howdy, hey everybody. Welcome back to the live stream where we're going to be doing a little bit more Arkham Origins today. And for those of you who are wondering who this is, it's me right here. Right here, there it is. There I am. Hello everybody. Here we are today. We're about to get started with a little live stream where we're just going to play a little bit of Arkham Origins. But before we do that, I figure, hey, let's just sit and talk for just an extra couple of minutes. And just have a little bit of time here. I mean, how well you guys been? Just talking a little bit on my end, I've had a good couple of days. I was able to go out to a hockey game the other day. It was a lot of fun. There was actually more fights than points in that game. It was strange yet fun. Ended up seeing my brother today. That was a lot of fun. Hadn't seen him since Christmas. Christmas was the last time I was able to see my brother, and got to talk to him and hang out with him and my parents for a little while. And I love my brother. I love hanging out with him, even if don't see him all that often. It's just so much fun to hang out with him. Other than that, though, I mean, last time I live streamed was Wednesday, so that's just like Thursday and Friday and things like. I think things on my end, are looking pretty good. I've been, I don't mean to talk about myself a lot, but I'm pretty happy right now. Yeah, pretty happy. That all being said, I'm really excited to see. We're not going to work on anything today unless, crap hits the fan. Probably not work on anything today with the ChatGPT universe, but I loved live streaming that on Wednesday. I think a tentative plan, as we had mentioned back then, was for those of you who are in chat who probably weren't there. Usually on Wednesdays, we'll probably try to get those going. How's it going, Nick? How are you doing today? Using a couple minutes here, see how everyone's doing. Right before we jump into Arkham Origins again, I was able to play a little bit today. Kind of play to roughly a point where I didn't do anything with the story, but I did unlock one more Batwing drop-off point. So makes things a little bit easier in terms of playing the game in the future. We can just kind of hit a spot right there. Not too bad. How about you? I'm doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. One thing that I'm hoping with the game, I did lower the graphics settings just a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't overload the computer too much. Do you know Seaton Man of Legends? Nope. Do not know. Do not. So, hoping with that, this is going to go a little bit smoother. Hopefully the game doesn't crash. Cross your fingers. Knock on wood. I don't know how loud that was. I tried to knock away from the microphone. Hopefully things go well. If things don't, we'll figure something out. That's all I'm going to say. But all of that being said, why don't we just kind of hop right into it? So, go and switch on over to the gaming page. Grab my controller and we'll hop right in to continuing the story. I'm gonna see if I can't get one more Batwing drop-off point, then continue the actual story. Kind of warm back up into the game. All I've done off stream, everyone, just to test the game, because last time we played it, I ended up crashing the game. I've done two things. Like I said, I lowered the graphics just a little bit, so things might not look as crisp, but hopefully we can at least play the game. and I unlocked the Industrial District's Batwing drop-off point. That's it. That's about as long as I would usually play last time. That usually triggered the game to crash. Now, I played through to about that point on my own. Things were just fine. I'd even gotten up here to Amusement Mile. I was going to get this other one done, but, you know, I had plans for the day and I didn't have time. So, let's go ahead and run on down and try to take care of Diamond District's Batwing drop-off point. But yeah, like I said earlier, I think Wednesdays are a good day. Unless, for whatever reason, a specific Wednesday does not work on my end, to try to keep going with that ChatGPT AI universe. Because that was a lot of fun last Wednesday, and I'd love to get that started again for next week. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick note. An idea just hit me. By the way, my notebook has Yoda on it. It's really, really cool. I just had the weirdest itch hit me randomly on the ear of all places. All right. Wow, this notebook really quickly did not stay a streaming notebook. A lot of these notes are not streaming related. Oh, right on this new page. Have you seen Wolf of Wall Street? Yes, I have seen The Wolf of Wall Street. It's a good movie. Not my favorite, but I like it. I'd say my favorite, it's not even my favorite Leonardo DiCaprio movie. That's going to be Inception. Love Inception. I appreciate Martin Scorsese, but he's not, I don't love Martin Scorsese. Like, I understand what makes him phenomenal. It's just not my cup of tea. I'm just going to call this random ideas for, I'll just say content creation. This stuff for me. There's no way The Wolf of Wall Street can be rated G. Oh, no. Nope. Nope. There's no way in hell that movie is going to ever be rated anything but R. I'm actually kind of surprised it even got R. Okay. What's the... All right, I'm gonna go to Google really quick. What is the difference, or what is the threshold between rated R and NC-17? All right. It says it's only content suitable for adults, yet there are some pretty fucked up rated R movies out there. What's the line? Rated PG-13, parents strongly caution some material may be inappropriate for children under 13. Rated R, under 17, requiring accompanying parent or adult guardian, whereas NC-17 is adults only, no one under 17 is admitted. Yeah, I get that. But when making a movie, what constitutes to the MPA, right? It's the MPA, the Motion Picture Association, to actually give it that rating. What, when they watch a movie, do they go from this is no longer R-rated, it's now NC-17? Because Wolf of Wall Street is pretty fucked up. It's a pretty fucked up movie. Classification and rating rules. This is a random rabbit hole I'm going down. But I'm going to see if I can't find something, even just one instance or one category that this differentiates R from NC-17. Search. I'm going to say NC. Just search. Our motion picture is assigned a rating of PG, PG-13, R, NC-17 by the rating board. Also is assigned a rating descriptor. The rating descriptor helps guide parents the type of content that resulted in the motion picture receiving that rating. Yeah, I get that. All right, number 5. So this is of the rating rules, classification and rating rules, PDF, Section 3, number 5. Have I seen Game of Thrones? Yes, I have. Section 3, number 5, NC-17, no one 17 and under admitted. An NC-17 rated motion picture is one that, all right, I'm quoting here, so, actually, I don't see why I can't show this. Right here. An NC-17 rated motion picture is one that, in the view of the rating board, most parents would consider patently too adults for their children 17 and under. No children will be admitted. NC-17 does not mean obscene or pornographic in the common or legal meaning of those words, and should not be construed as negative judgment in any sense. The rating simply signals that the content is appropriate only for an adult audience. An NC-17 rating can be based off violence, sex, aberrational behavior, drug abuse, or any other elements that most parents would consider too strong and therefore off limits for viewing by children, or by their children. Whereas an R-rated motion picture, which is like Wolf of Wall Street, in the view of the rating board, contains some adult material. An R-rated motion picture may include adult themes, adult activity, hard language, intense and persistent violence, sexually oriented nudity, drug abuse, or other elements, so that parents are counseled to take the rating very seriously. Children under 17 are not allowed to attend R-rated motion pictures unaccompanied by a parent or adult guardian. They can, but they need to be accompanied. Parents are strongly urged to find out more about R-rated motion pictures in determining their suitability for their children. Generally, it is not appropriate for parents to bring their young children with them to R-rated motion pictures. So basically the difference is occasionally having moments that go beyond a PG-13 would give you R. If you have an obscene amount of that, so basically what makes a movie R versus PG-13, if that is dialed up just one more notch and you see it more, then it's going to constitute NC-17. Like Wolf of Wall Street is a very hard R rating. Do I know Isaac Butterfield? Like Asa Butterfield? I know of Asa Butterfield. I don't think I've ever seen a movie with Asa Butterfield, if that's who you're talking about. But that's the difference between R and NC-17. It's what makes a movie NC-17. It's the same thing that makes it R, except things are dialed up like a bit more, and it fills up a higher percentage of the movie that you're watching. You essentially have to try to get NC-17 rating, but I was just curious there, so thank you for being patient and going through that rabbit hole with me. Alright. Oh shit. Alright, I want to go here. Do. Logan or John Wick? Logan. That's not even a contest.
Attention available units. We got a call of a violent crime. Still waiting on location details.
Not even a contest. Logan would crush John Wick. You gotta remember, Logan literally has a healing factor that allows him to essentially not be bulletproof, but effectively be bulletproof. So, like, bullets just don't work on him. And John Wick, it is Keanu Reeves. John Wick ain't doing shit.
Well, isn't this a shocking turn of events? Batman's giving up.
Alright. How do I... get into there? Hugh Jackman versus Keanu Reeves. I don't know, they're too wholesome. It's like that. What's like that? Them being too wholesome? I countered you, you dick. I countered you! Counter. There we go. Son of a... Alright. Logan versus John Wick is kind of like Hugh Jackman versus Keanu Reeves. No, that's the actors. Sure, but no, the characters are different. John Wick has extreme weapon skills. Keanu Reeves does have extreme weapon skills. If it's probably literally the people you turn off their morals and you just have like who is like a more skilled fighter, I'm going to give it to Keanu Reeves just because he has like that firearm, like very good firearms training. Like a lot of firearms experts have admitted that Keanu Reeves is very, very skilled with firearms. In that sense, if you turn off their morals, you set them up in, in a battle to the death, then sure, I'd probably give it to Keanu. But when you talk about Logan and John Wick, that's a different argument. Because then you're going to give Logan all of his mutant abilities. You're not only just going to give him claws, but you're giving him that healing factor. And you're going to give him the adamantium skeleton. Literally bulletproof. Bullets do not hurt him. Even in Logan, where he still has some, very little of his healing factor, he doesn't die until the very end of the movie. And what puts him over the edge is when he has an entire tree trunk shoved through his entire gut. That's what ends up killing Logan. That and having everything else done to him. And you're not telling me John Wick is holding him anything to Logan. Logan, 10 fights out of 10 fights, Logan wins. Now, if you wanted to talk purely about the actors, if you turned off their morals and used their own skill sets against each other, Hugh Jackman loves to do musicals. Keanu Reeves is extremely well trained in firearms. I'm going to lean Keanu. Star-Lord or Logan without the healing? Well, without the healing, then straight up, he wouldn't have an adamantium skeleton. Though, even without the adamantium skeleton, okay, he just did have the healing factor in those scenes. So then he would just become a dude, so then Star-Lord. Because that Logan would just be some schmo with bone claws. Because then he wouldn't have been able to survive the process to give him the adamantium skeleton. So it'd essentially be the beginning of X-Men Origins Wolverine with no healing factor. He'd be Joe Schmo with bone claws. Star-Lord. Alright, where the hell? Alright, there's a jammer around here somewhere. Looks like he's down here. Oh, you see that? There's something to blow up there. How do I get there? God. I cannot control. Alright. Alright. How do I... How do I just drop down just a little bit? You see this? I can't, like, how do I get up there? And I got an idea. Now I'm pretty well even here. And this is going to get me nowhere. Awesome. Can I just not get in here yet? So I'm trying to figure out how the hell do I get into this. Ah, god damn it. I love how there's just no civilians. At all. None. I understand that it's nighttime. But then there's this. Right, is it there's still a jammer? Yeah, there's still a jammer here. So I need to take out a jammer. The jammer is in that section. It can't be over here. That's one down. Maybe it is take out just all the surrounding goons. I mean, that would make sense, you know. Hey, we don't want you to continue through this mission without taking out these goons. No, you put that gun down. Nope. Ooh. Didn't even mean to do that. Ooh. Got him. Was that just a basic crime in progress? Now we have the jammer again. The jammer's up here. How do I get to that stupid jammer? Shit, it's negative 12? Damn! That's cold. I'm trying to sit here and think. Because how the fuck? I just don't think I can do that yet. Like, what could I do? Ah, damn it. That would destroy that. I think I just need a new tool. Why don't we just continue on? I don't think I'm going to be able to get it. It is what it is. Ah, but there we go. Do. And okay. Now it's time to get nuts. Huh! Let's get nuts. Let's go crazy. Let's get nuts. Alrighty. Right down he goes. So it's one less. What's what we're looking for? And this guy. That's what I'm looking for. Let's go ahead and fly on over here. Looks like that guy way over there is going to be the next best guy to get. It'd be incredible if everything was free. It'd be nice on paper, sure. But at the end of the day, like, the economy would just crash. Motherfucker! You turned around at the wrong time, dude. I don't think they know where I am. I think I lost him. What would I do if everything was free? Well, if you want to go really deep into that hypothetical, I mean, if everything was free, then what would probably happen is everyone would start looting everything. Because you can't think like you walk in with a card that automatically just, you know, waives any price. If everything was just free for everybody, then there'd be riots and chaos. So, it's kind of like the Purge, if you think about it. Nothing's illegal. So, in a sense, I think one thing that I would do is probably go after like a lot of... if everything was free, I would try to grab the things that would have the most intrinsic value. That's one thing I would think I would try to do. Things that have like intrinsic value. Like if you look at it, like food has intrinsic value. So that's one thing. Like at the end of the day, you want to use food, water, shelter. So if everything was free, I'll try to grab the things that would then have value. Suddenly, nothing has value in terms of monetary reasons. So I try to get as many things that would help establish and gain sentimental value. Things that I would care about. So I would try to get things that I can invest in. Let's say everything's free for just one day. One day, randomly, will never happen again, everything's free. I would try to buy as many things that I can use as investments. Things that I can buy for my computer. So that'd be things that, like software. Don't have to wait in any line. You know, I don't have to worry about supply. I can just download it. A bunch of stuff that help me maintain my instruments. So a lot of guitar strings. If everything was free, it would go on a lot of planes and boats in a lot of country and buy a lot of things. That is true, but you also think about it. If in this hypothetical, if everyone gets those benefits, then you're probably going to be waiting a long time to get that ticket. Also buy gift cards. Gift cards are waste. If only if things are free for one day, then yeah, gift cards are a good idea. But if everything's free forever, then gift cards are waste. It all depends on the specifics of the scenario. If everything's free for just one day, then yes, gift cards are a great investment. But for me, if things are free for just one day, then yeah, I'll probably try to raid a gift card rack at a store. But you'd have to actually get the worker to, you know, scan those and activate them. Let's go and do a drop attack. That did not drop. God damn it. I love it when the game just doesn't do what I need it to do. So then you just try to get the things that still have value. I don't really need a car.
I got multiple calls available.
Maybe go out to a gas station and try to get all the gas. No offense, but if everything was free, would you feel like a brat? Maybe at first. But then you just gotta think about the, you gotta think about the situation. Maybe you would? I think one thing I would try to do is go to a gas station. I would get gas containers and just fill them up with gas. If things are free for just one day, then that's one thing I'd do is I just top everything I have with gas. And then take and just fill all those up. If it's just like one, just like I said, just free for one day. I would try to buy all the software and a lot of video games. Then I would never have to buy those games. I can just have them, and those could be investments. Few petrol if you go to a gas station. Like, there won't be a lot of gas. Yeah, so it's gonna take a while to get more gas. So, because everyone's just gonna be doing what I'm gonna be doing. So to try to make it last as long as possible. I have the benefit where I work from home. I don't commute very much. My commute is from that bed to this desk in the morning. As you can see from the layout of my bedroom, my dresser, way back there, is further than my desk. Free petrol if you go to the gas station? Exactly. So fill up on your gas. If you fill up on your gas, you'll never have to worry about it. Yeah. So fill it up. Fill everything up. Fill up all your car. Fill up everything you have that you need for gas. Get as many gas cans as possible. Fill those up. Get as many gift cards to anywhere that you can get. Then, I think another thing for me, like I keep saying, I would get a bunch of video games, things online that have unlimited supply. And I would just download them. And that way, I have those forever. And I didn't have to worry about supply and demand. Those would be like the last things I'd get through the day. And try to get the less stuff with the least supply first thing in the morning. Because then I can prioritize those things. So those would probably be things like, I don't know, I have a nice car. I don't really need to worry about a new car. Because you got to take in mind, if everything's free for everybody, then there's going to be, riots and a lot of looting. And you're competing with every other person in your community to get all those types of things. After that, I would say, I'm assuming it's only like goods and services are free. You can't like buy investments. Like you can't buy stock. If not, then that would just be too chaotic. And suddenly everyone's just stealing the stock from each other and it just means nothing at that point. So, got to think of like only goods and services are free. What's up, hero? We're going through a hypothetical, what if everything was free? And so that's really what Nick and I are talking about. What if everything was suddenly free for like 24 hours? All goods and services are free for 24 hours. Like, what would be the first thing you do? Chat GPT thing going? Going well. We don't have to adjust, we're not going to update anything, but one thing I can do is I can just kind of show you a little bit of it, of kind of what we did. I'm not going to input anything. I'm not going to change anything. But here's kind of where we left off. I had everything kind of restated so that we kind of finished on a summary. I have a few more notes of things we didn't get to that I want to get to in the next time. So we ended up just kind of getting some basics down. Here are each of our heroes. They're all born of... Every character is born of a singularity where... every character is born of a singularity where it was a neutron star explosion. Poseidon came up with that idea. I think it's pretty nice. Where when this explodes, it causes like a aurora borealis, northern lights type event over the entire planet, and a total of 25 to 30 people were affected. 5 heroes, and each hero gets 5 villains for a total of 30 characters that are affected. Our 5 heroes are here: Spectre Surge, Phoenix Guardian, Chrono Warden, Arrow Sylph, and Psionic Oracle. We have each of them from a different point on Earth. So it's not just the United States. So like Spectre Surge is from Iceland, Phoenix Guardian's from Egypt, Chrono Warden's from Japan, Arrow Sylph, excuse me, my phone is /watch is going off. Arrow Sylph is from Brazil, and Psionic Oracle is from the United States. And each of their powers, because when we started this, sounds cool, I'm glad he thinks so. When we started this, it was when it started, it was tied, that poll I put out on the channel, I don't know, a week ago or ish. It was a tie between a singularity and having all the characters' powers based off fear, what their biggest fear was. So we used both of those. So We have each of their fears here: fear of fire, claustrophobia, fear of losing loved ones, fear of heights, and fear of the unknown. So the powers become control over energy, waves, and fields, pyrokinesis and flame manipulation, time manipulation, slowing, stopping, or even reversing time, flight and control over air currents, and telepathy, telekinesis, precognition. Qui-Gon Jinn would not know Luke Skywalker, different timelines in Star Wars. I mean, yeah, that is a true statement. And then our villains, we have each of them in their own like separate group. So like Shadow Maven's group would go up against Spectra Surge. And the thing is that we started out with the idea that each of the villains, because the thing is with ChatGPT, one thing that we didn't expect was it was super uncreative with all the villains. Essentially, we had 25 villains, and we tried to come up with unique powers for all the villains that were based off their strongest traits. And so, unfortunately, ChatGPT got super uncreative and just like said, here's 5 villains, and the other 25 just exist. Like, it gave us no information. So the idea came where we're like, okay, what if on... Have I seen Entourage? No, I have not. The idea came up where, what if each group of villains all had the same powers, but they had different personalities, MOs, and motives, so they all use the powers just a little bit differently. And we started that as a base. So all of Shadow Maven's group have the exact same superpowers, except they all use them differently. And I think that's a super cool idea. Inferno Tyrants, all the powers are based off of the main elements, because at first, all 6 characters, hero and 5 villains, all had fire. And like that's super not fun. So we had just switched them to all have different elemental powers. Cyclone Marauder is with Chrono Warden, and that's the most interesting one. It's like you have Chrono Warden's updated team. So we'll get to that one at the end. Cyclone Marauder works with is against Aerosylph, so technological villains. So we have a basic hero who has flight and can control air, basically like Zahir from Avatar: The Last Airbender, where there's groups with the lead villain. Yes, each group has a lead villain. Yes. Cyclone Marauder is the leader of the team against Aerosylph. Chrono Warden's a special case. We'll get to him in a minute at the end. Cyclone Marauder, this team is only technological based. No one has superpowers. So they're all technology based villains going up against a hero who is essentially like Zahir. Control air and can fly. And Psionic Oracle. This is like the most like, what's the phrase? Like dark horse, like coolest character is Psionic Oracle, because she has that telepathy, telekinesis, and precognition. And her villain is the Mind Paragon. Basically, all the characters have intelligence and pretty much mirror the powers in some way. Basically, every villain is a Charles Xavier type character. But the leader only has super intelligence, but because it's just super intelligence, it's through the roof. So Mind Paragon, I don't think it's Mind Paragon. I think it might be a different character in there. That's another thing with AI. It wasn't super organized and consistent with which character was the leader. But the leader, whether it's Mind Paragon or a different villain, has nothing but super intelligence. That's the only power, is super intelligence. And then Chrono Warden, this is interesting. This is where we got super creative chats, and because I didn't really come up with a ton of ideas. I was really just kind of letting chat do its thing, and I was just kind of like, ooh, but what if we twist it like this? Twist that idea and we do it like this. And that's all I was really doing, was like editing, if that makes sense. I wasn't really coming up with any of the original ideas. But the leader of Chrono Warden's team is death. So like Chrono Warden's biggest fear is losing loved ones. So the idea came up, it's not my idea, of having Death be the big villain. The literal personification of Death itself is the villain for Chrono Warden. The then leader for Chrono Warden was Temporal Enchantress. She becomes like the right hand to Death, where her powers are still time-based. The big description for her is that she deals more with aging and de-aging. So essentially, she is the herald of death, and she is able to kill and live and let die, if you will, anyone she wants, and let them meet death or let them stay alive and not meet death. And then this is going to be subject to change. One of the other 3 villains in the team is going to be a matter manipulator, so similar to Circe from the Eternals. And another one is going to have spatial manipulations, like teleporting, or if you've ever seen Shazam! Fury of the Gods from last year, Rachel Zegler's character had the power, they called it Axis, so she could control the XYZ axis of everything that's, immediately surrounding her. And so probably have a power similar to, that sort of spatial manipulation, and then something else. Because a big thing I was trying to push with Chrono Warden's villains is the idea of change. Losing loved ones, a lot of change and things happening like that. So combining that with the idea of losing loved ones became a big aspect to the villains for Chrono Warden. Home Alone 1 or Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, which was better? I don't watch Home Alone movies. So as a kid, as somebody who grew up with the name Kevin, I didn't really watch Home Alone a whole lot because everyone was just referencing it all the time. So even after Christmas, I still heard a lot of Kevin McAllister, Macaulay Culkin, all these different things. So I just didn't really care. Home Alone 1 is probably better. I haven't seen them. They're both great from what I remember. But personally, I couldn't care less about the Home Alone movies. Honestly, I think they're kind of overrated. They're not my top 5 Christmas movies. I don't even know if I'd put them in my top 10 favorite Christmas movies. Because, in case you're curious, my top 5 Christmas movies: number 1, Christmas Vacation, hands down. It's funny, probably the funniest comedy I've ever seen ever. Number 2, I'd probably go Jim Carrey's Grinch Who Stole Christmas. Number 3, Elf. Number 4, I'd go The Santa Claus. And 5, Die Hard. Yes, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. But all that being said, this is kind of where we ended. We spent a lot of time. We only got a few inputs in. I'm very careful when it comes to inputting on this because you can't take things back. You can delete things, but the things will always stay. You can't delete the text that's in here. So mainly what we went through is coming up with what makes all the villains different from each other. We had 5 heroes, but 25 villains to get through. So one thing we went through is we went through about 95% of the villains. So that was a big thing we did. So that was 2.5 to 3 hours of just trying to figure this stuff out. No movies have been written yet. So, yeah, it's a lot. Some of your villains have spatial manipulation. It's such a cool power when you think about it, right? It's just a really, really cool power. So basically the thing I went through was the villains do make up bulk of the characters. Yeah, so I forget whose idea it was. It was not my idea. It's we should give each hero 5 villains and have them all get their own Sinister 6 of sorts, or Fearsome 5. And we're oh, good. And in my head, I'm we'll do it. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just it's just gonna take the entire stream to figure out all the villains. And it's gonna take a little while before we can get to movies if we're trying to figure out who everybody is in the first place. Why did Logan get angry at the girl when she started to talk? Because she wouldn't shut up. And she only spoke Spanish. And he was with her for okay, at that point it was probably a couple of days, but non-stop for a couple of days. His life got turned upside down. He had this plan of going out and retiring on this boat, and suddenly his, I would say, best friend, what the fuck was his name? I can't remember his name. He ended up getting taken. Now he's on this road trip, does not want to go to North Dakota. Do not blame him. North Dakota's a piece of crap. North Dakota and Iowa shouldn't exist. They're horrible states. through that entire time, she never says a word. And suddenly she starts yelling at him. And she's talking about this comic book being completely real, and like that's the entire point. He's like, it's a comic book. The location you got was from a comic book. It's not real. He's like, I've read these. I've been on these teams that these stories are based off of. Like, a quarter of it happened, and half of that didn't even happen that way. He's like, these are so fake. Why are we trusting these real coordinates? And he's later wrong in the end, but that's why it's pent up frustration. Plus, essentially his father just died, and he had to bury him. He just got his ass whooped by a younger clone of himself. That very, very nice family that took him in just got murdered for no reason. I'd be pretty fucking angry too, and she just was the one in the car. That's why he got angry. I just rewatched Logan like a month ago, so it's a little bit fresh on the mind. Alrighty. Villains do make up both characters, yes they do.
This won't be easy, but if I'm going to access the National Criminal Database and find out what happened at Lacey Towers, I need to find the server room without being discovered.
Alrighty. The full bullpen. Anybody Brooklyn Nine-Nine fans? You'd think somebody would hear that. Ooh. James Gordon. There he is. Just a captain at this point in the story. Profiles. Anybody else new? Anarchy. That's right. We had met Anarchy. And we got captured Killer Croc. Captured Deathstroke. Didn't we also capture? No, he has Executioner got away. That's right.
Yeah, well, they were supposed to be guarding the crime scene, not Gavin.
There we go.
Must you be so brutal, sir? These are city employees.
They're as corrupt as they come, and they're in my way.
I wish you'd think twice about that approach, sir.
Another thing that happened while I was testing the game to make sure and hope that, knock wood, the game doesn't crash was I ended up leveling up, and I just upgraded all of the last bit of my armor. So my armor is now fully upgraded. Blade shot. Takedown. Hone your defensive technique by ending a blade dodge with a takedown. Ooh. Yeah, I think we're going to... Oh, I guess it's not all my armor. Yeah, we'll go for the blade dodge takedown, though.
You never know when you might need their help. At any rate, your objective is the GCPD server room. I've marked it on your map.
Vincent Falcone. This is Carmine Falcone and Carla VT. Was that me? That's the Batman. See that wanted poster on the left-hand side of the screen? That's the Bat. He's officially wanted. 22 hostiles, 9 of them are armed. Alright. Is this where I want to go? He marks it on my map. I want to go this way. Wait, do I want to go... That's the exit. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. I need to go through here. Alright, it's just these 3...
The Bat's here! Let's run up.
And... got him. And of course, I have to keep walking through and taking out cops.
Doors like this with my cryptographic sequencer. I'll need to find another way.
Oh, I see where this is going. I have to break through the damn window. Oh, wait. No, I don't.
I won't stand a chance against that many armed men. I can use Deathstroke's remote claw to pass above their heads undetected.
Listen up. While you jokers were playing cleanup crew at Blackgate, I was making us some money. I worked out a deal with our pal Black Mass.
Alright.
If any of us can kill
Have I seen Red Dog? Like Clifford, the big red dog? That's the only red dog that I know of.
you ain't too good with the math. That means we all retire.
Ooh, fancy.
Enough.
I've got to be quiet so those SWAT officers don't hear me.
Server protect. I don't know if you can feel the vibrations of the controller through my hands, through the table up into the microphone. I'm assuming you can't. Well, that said Paul Allen. Let's see Paul Allen's office. Have I watched Seinfeld? Yes, I have. My dad is a massive fan and showed me a lot of episodes. No soup for you. See, you know how to take the reservation. You just don't know how to keep the reservation. Alright, these are all just basic ass cops. Boom. Got his ass.
Reminder to all units, we'll be accepting donations and cards for Commissioner Loeb's family in the break room. Please come by and pay your respects.
This door's locked, so this must be the door to go through. Let me go through the door!
So what does this disruptor of yours do?
Little bit of this, little bit of that. Mostly, though, it does a whole lot of none of your damn business.
Oh, you want to play it like that? All right.
It looks like I gotta keep going.
Not you again.
Talk, or you won't be walking anywhere, ever.
No way. You gotta answer for dropping me off that rooftop, buddy.
No, you have to answer to me. How does this disruptor work?
Ask one of the pigs. They got it in evidence lockup.
How about we take a little walk up to the roof?
Okay. Okay, you win. It jams weapons, overrides electronic locks, all right? Now you gotta let me go.
How'd that work out for you last time?
Ricky Loose Lips LeBlanc. That is not a nickname you want. Wait, is this like lockup? Enigma. I wonder who Enigma is.
Bloody anarchy? He will wipe this city clean of your filth. Yeah? It's gonna wipe things clean? Start with you.
Zoop.
Good one.
Hey, good one. Yeah, see? Yeah, it looks like I gotta go down. Kick some ass. Can I choose to attack that dude? Alright, anyone got a knife or... He's got a bat. I can't choose to attack. Wait. Oh, hell yeah! Have I seen Big Bang Theory? A lot of the earlier seasons. I watched a lot of the early seasons. But after a while, I just lost interest into the show. I know how it ends. Like, Penny ends up getting pregnant. No, she didn't end up with... I don't think her and Leonard had kids by that point. I don't think they ever showed kids. But I think Penny was pregnant. Sheldon ends up winning the Nobel Peace Prize. I think he was with Amy on the project. Of course, Howard and Bernadette had kids, married and had kids. Leonard and Penny ended up getting married. Like I know how the show ended. I just didn't watch. I forget which season it was. I think one thing I just didn't like about it is I don't like laugh tracks a whole lot. Like, if I'm going to laugh at something, I want to laugh at it myself. I don't want to be told, hey, laugh at that, because that's funny. I'm like, no. So, like, Big Bang Theory, Friends, I think How I Met Your Mother is probably the only show I'd watch with a laugh track because this shit is genuinely hilarious. Like, Slap Bet. Oh my god, Slap Bet's hilarious. Plus, it's funny because the character Marshall's from St. Cloud. I live like an hour. Like St. Cloud's like an hour, maybe not an hour and a half away. Like it's like probably the first city just northwest of the Twin Cities, kind of central Minnesota. So it's cool. Like one of the main characters is the character's from near where you live, so it's like you connect better. But with Big Bang Theory, it was. I mean, it was good. I loved the earlier seasons. Find it funny how they say defense in basketball. What? Defense. 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 I mean, I play basketball so fucking much. Like, after... Oh, I thought the game just crashed. Oh my god. I mean, I've played the game so much that's like... I have no opinion towards it. So Barbara Gordon is a high school student at this point. Okay. Wait a minute, I want to get in there. Do I just need like a range? Like extend my range out for that thing? I am assuming. Yeah, I gotta extend. Get the range upgraded or something. Yeah, because I can't, like, fly in there. Do I have a Wii? Not anymore. Used to.
Listen up, people. I want this fat bastard taken down ASAP. There's a big payday in it for us, so don't screw it up.
Ah, now we got one of these again.
You can't enforce the law without the threat of force. Or even better, the use of force.
Do I have a Wii U? Nope. Only Nintendo products I have are my Switch my DS Lights, my 3DS, my 3DS XL, and a Game Boy Color, which I just realized you can't see me. My Game Boy Color is right here. My Nintendo DS Lights, my 3DS, my 3DS XL, and my Switch. That's all I have for Nintendo. Wii or Wii U? What's better? Wii. Wii U sucks. Alright, no one's over here. We're gonna take this dude. But all that being said, don't take your opinions from some guy on the internet. Form your own opinions. That's better. What's bad about the Wii U?
What the hell happened to him?
There was like no games for it. And it's like having that whole screen down here. It's like, should I look at this screen or should I watch the one up here? It's like a DS, but really clunky. I didn't like it. I mean, if you liked the Wii U, then you liked the Wii U. Then it's a great system. You don't need it. You don't need me to tell you what's good and what's bad. Trying to think about it like that.
Found him. He's pretty messed up. Don't worry, partner. I'm gonna get this son of a bitch.
Alright. I want to...
Losing men! Don't let this happen. He's here something.
Oh my god. Of course.
I lost him! So? Find him! Not getting away from us. Keep searching.
It's like the dumbest idea ever. Well, then find him! Well, no shit, Sherlock.
Still no sighting of the suspect.
They're all just standing right there.
Come on, fellas. That's 3 men down now. Get it together.
All right.
Alright. I love how they all just suddenly grouped up. They're actually getting smart. Or which way are you gonna go?
Starting to think suspect may have fled. Anyone have contact?
Everything all right down there? I want updates on the fives.
Yes, sir. Yeah, hi. 'Cause when we find you, we're gonna put you in the ground. Suspect's back on the.
Remember on the Wii... Wait, 1 second, sorry. I remember on the normal Wii playing sword fighting and bike riding and plane flying.
Just keep on his trail.
I remember the sword fighting and the bike riding a little bit, like Wii U. I think there was a bike riding thing in the Wii U. Or not Wii U, Wii Fit, excuse me.
The only way you're leaving here is in a body bag.
What games were those on? Like, what games were those is what I'm trying to ask.
Stay in control. Find this guy. What kind of head case figures he could take on the whole department?
What's going on down there?
Hey! Need backup now! I got him!
Got him. There was a bike riding on the Wii, remember? Yeah, I remember Wii... Okay, I didn't have Wii Sports Resort, so I just had Wii Sports.
Personnel should be searching your quadrant for the 622. Suspect is 6'4", dressed in black, and has wings.
Is that accurate? Is Batman 6'4" in this universe? I always thought he's like 6'2". Yeah, he's 6'2". But yeah, with the 6'2", with 6'4" with the ears. Heh, shrimp.
Is this for real?
Is this for real?
Shouldn't you be searching your quadrant? I'll leave that for the boys in SWAT. Why's that? Ain't you hurt?
Did I make a me?
Attacking us.
Yeah, that was one of the more fun aspects to do on the Wii.
Priority 1 alert. All personnel report to your department head. Need a head count. A lot of people unaccounted for.
Do. Of course. Jammed. Raspberry. There's only one man who dare give me a raspberry.
Using a security protocol.
Lone Star.
Windows are reinforced glass.
If you get that
The
reference,
evidence locker might do the trick.
we just became best friends. Hello there. Bull.
Alfred, I can't access the evidence locker. I need an alternate route.
The evidence locker, sir? Well, according to these schematics, it adjoins an old elevator shaft which you can access via the infirmary. You should be able to break in from there. I've added it to your map.
Last day at your high school, played the Wii and played baseball. Screamed a lot when he... Alright. Okay, and the last day at my high school, I played Wii and played baseball. And I screamed a lot. I think we were doing bowling. I mean, Wii Sports is just so much fun. I remember I think the best sport I was at was the bowling.
All personnel
I think bowling
report
was
to
fun.
22 on lower levels.
Baseball was okay.
Areas immediately.
What was it? There was tennis, baseball, bowling, golf. Was there golf on that one? And it was the Wii Party. No, I don't remember. Oh, I think I did. That was like they came with the Wii, right? Had all those like super corny games like the fishing and like the tank battles. Like the tank battles, like the only like I feel like the only fun thing on there. Will you please chill with the gun? Get over here! Come on, son of a... Did I play Mario Kart? Yeah. Played Mario Kart a lot growing up. But some of my favorite memories when I was a kid was,
You broke my arm, you know that? I hear there's a huge price on your head.
what we ended up playing a lot was,
Freak. Show you proud.
we played Mario Kart, DS. And I played on that DS, so way up there. Still kept it after all those years. We played Mario Kart, and the fun part with playing Mario Kart is that we all just played together. So it was just super fun.
Now look for an entrance to an old elevator shaft. That will take you to the evidence locker.
got
It
it.
was so much fun playing that because we would all just hop into a match and just race. It was so much fun. I was a Yoshi main. At the time, I was probably Dry Bones, but now I'm Yoshi. Yeah, figures. Oh my gosh, it didn't work. Mario Kart and the Wii had Mario Kart competition at high school in 2019. Got in the finals. Very nice. Very, very nice. I remember around that same time I was in college, and my basketball coach had a like video game tournament. So like he had a Sega Genesis with Sonic on it, like original Sonic the Hedgehog. He had a Nintendo 64 with GoldenEye, a Wii with Mario Kart, and there was one or two other games. And every single, we'd like rotate, like there'd be like four people, 4 of us or 5 of us would be like on one system at a time, and we'd be rotating. And I remember I didn't do that bad. I strived at Sonic and Mario Kart. Those were my best games. Because I was like the only guy on the team who like grew up playing Sonic the Hedgehog. So I like was the only one who knew the controls. It's like, wait, everyone's like walking through the thing and I'm actually like spitting and rolling around at the speed of sound, you know. I grew up a massive Sonic fan. I am proud to say I am not one of those Sonic fans. I grew up enjoying the games and, you know, just having fun. And it was just a very, very fun experience that year, just playing all the video games with my teammates. Alright, what the hell? You came in 3rd in the finals? Nice. Nice. Can't go wrong with 3rd place. I don't know what I'm doing. Anchor point. Alright. Now I can jump up here. There we go. I assume I go that way. Yeah, that's right. And now I'm in the evidence locker. Beauty. Wait. Alright, let's try something here. This is going to probably be very difficult. But I got an idea here. We go slow through here. We're going to hit that. Fly back. Go slow again. Go through here. Go a bit of a ways down here just to turn around. Keep going slow just to make sure I hit this correct. And got it. And look at that. Damn, I'm good.
Now I should be able to bypass the security on the server room door.
Very, very nice. And then, do I want to just go through this door, I assume? Nope.
Priority 1 alert. Hearing reports about prisoner disturbance in holding cells. Emergency protocols engaged.
I'm not in the holding cells. Do I go up out the exact same way I came in?
Riot in the holding cells confirmed. Emergency protocols are
way. Annoying. All right. There we go. See, it looks like that's what I'm going to need to get through that other access point. Is that... That's a Bane. Shit, I think that's Bane! I think that's fucking Bane! I'm gonna take a minute after I finish this fight to write down another idea. So just in year 11 high school, remember bringing the Logan movie DVD to school? You're allowed to bring that to school? It's a rated R movie there, dude. You're allowed to bring, like, you were allowed to bring that to school? We had to, like, get special permission just to watch, like, PG-13. Okay, you're not in high school. We can probably get away with a PG-13 movie. But if it was rated R, like, we had to get, like, extra special permission. And it had to be a movie that was at least, like... Not for you, it's MA-15? Where are you from? Are you not from the United States? Because the United States, we say it's rated R, and, like, if you're under 17, you have to have a parent with you. When you go to the theater, at least. You're from Australia. Okay. That answers the question. So up here in the United States, we actually have different rules. So for us, Logan is what they call rated R. So yeah, that big thing I talked about at the beginning of the stream about, like, the difference between NC-17 and R probably meant nothing. So basically, our rating system, we has G for general audiences. That's your Disney movies usually. PG is, you know, a movie that's kind of like one step beyond that. Like, okay, there's probably some amount of violence or some sort of theme. And then, damn it! Some sort of theme, maybe. And PG-13 is like,
Looks like
every superhero movie is like PG-13.
Served, fellas. Now, to see
And
what's
R
under that mask.
is where it's like super, like, getting graphic, and then NC-17 is like, no kids will ever see this movie. You save money to go to the United States? Awesome. I think the United States is gets a bad rap sometimes as a tourist destination. I think it's got a lot more to offer than people give it credit for. Where do you plan to come to the United States? Remember at one point elementary teacher was contemplating to play a PG-13 movie or not. Can I ask what movie? Like, I'm assuming it was like Iron Man or something. I never thought it was really cool when we watched Dances with Wolves in middle school. Like, all of... I think the only scenes we had to... We could not show were the scenes where, people got scalped. I think that was the only scenes we couldn't watch. And then, Ooh, Return to Sender. Plan to go soon to the United States? Yeah, but where in the United States? New York, California, Texas. If you want to, you know, have the worst experience possible, like Detroit. Batman Begins. That's a great movie, though. I mean, you might want to visit Ohio for some reason. Washington State and its beautiful forests. Ooh, I took some of your venom there, Bane. If you have a death wish, you can go to like Detroit or Chicago. Philadelphia has a great American history. It's your favorite in the trilogy? I mean, it's my favorite between it and Dark Knight Rises. I think it's the second best. I think I'm pretty unoriginal when I say the Dark Knight's the best of the three. Don't know? Do you know the exact cities I'm mentioning here, Nick? Think about it when you get here. Okay. What part of Australia are you from? I'm not gonna lie, there's not a lot of areas other than like Melbourne or Sydney that I know of. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and make a quick note to myself. How's it going there, bud? How's it going, Parker? Oh, you're from Sydney? Okay. I'm just gonna... Okay. Alright, I just wanted to write something down really quickly. Alright. I guess type something down, technically. Technically speaking. Am I going this way? Nope, I'm going this way? Going up here? God damn it. How's it going, Parker? Like, I don't know how countries and cities work in different parts of the world. That is very true.
Will do. As soon as he stabilizes.
That is very, very true. Then here, Nick, I'll tell you which cities not to visit for your own safety. How long would it take to get a cruise ship to the United States from Australia? I don't know. I feel like that's weirdly far. Let's actually figure that out. Roughly... No, yeah, do not go to Detroit. Detroit, Michigan, nope. Do not go to Detroit. Do not go to anywhere in Ohio. Don't go to Ohio. Don't go to Detroit. Chicago. Don't go to Chicago. That's about it. Long would a cruise be from Sydney, Australia? Why don't you go to Detroit? Because it has like horrible crime and it's essentially a massive slum and they're trying to rebuild. And with Chicago, it's kind of the same thing, except not as bad, but still bad, especially north side of Chicago. Or no, south side of Chicago, right? It's the south side of Chicago. It's south side. It's North Minneapolis you don't want to go to. I'm from the state of Minnesota, which is like right underneath Canada, in the middle of the United States, in the middle of like that big chunk of the United States. I'm like directly underneath Canada. Don't go to Detroit. Don't. Is Oklahoma cool? I don't know. I've never been to Oklahoma. I've been to Texas. Texas is fine. To, let's say, Los Angeles. And Los Angeles, I've never been. So it says that Oceania Cruises have a 42-day cruise, so just over a month, between Sydney, Australia to Los Angeles, California. So you could take a cruise from Sydney to LA, and it would take you about 42 days. That's a long-ass cruise. I've been on one cruise in my life. I think it was a week. $42 days. Have I been to Santa Monica? Never been to California. The furthest west I've ever been, this past September, I went to Seattle, Washington. Beautiful. I loved Seattle, Washington. There's Mount St. Helens on the south side of the state. It's close to Oregon. It's in what they call Pacific Northwest. So on the Pacific, it's the coast. It's on the Pacific Ocean. Very northwest end of the state of the country, but not Alaska. Which country is Mr. Beast in? Mr. Beast is technically in the United States of America, but you're asking which state he lives in. Mr. Beast is from North Carolina. That's on the eastern seaboard, on the Atlantic Ocean. I think he's out of Raleigh. So that's the capital of that state. Capital city of that state. But yeah, Mr. Beast is out of North Carolina. That's the state he's out of. Which, I mean, compared to other countries in the world, our states are on par in terms of size with other countries. My state, for example, my home state of Minnesota, is larger by square footage than the entirety of the United Kingdom, I think. If I remember what the United Kingdom is compared to like Great Britain and whatnot, I think my home state by square footage alone is larger than UK. It's at least larger than England. Concussion detonator. Now we'll just keep going for wait. Oh, I already got it. Okay. Seattle used to have superheroes. Like,
I need access to the National Criminal Database.
Seattle used to have superheroes. Like,
Right here.
Chronicle? Is this like a Chronicle reference? Because that movie's based out of Seattle. UK includes Britain, Wales, Scotland. I can never remember. Like, why is it like that? It's so... You have England, you have the UK, you have Great Britain, you have... I don't know.
This kind of knowledge
Let's-
can get a young girl into a lot of trouble.
Let's actually figure this out. Alright, back to Google. Alright, difference between UK and Great Britain. The United Kingdom is used to describe the political unit consisting of England, Northern Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, whereas Great Britain is the geographical term referring to simply known as Britain. England is one of the countries that make up the British Isles. All right. So yeah, the UK is England, Northern Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. There was a Big Bang Theory episode where Leonard and Sheldon fight and it gets recorded by people and uploaded to YouTube and you can see people from China watching that video. I didn't watch that episode, so I don't remember that. I'll take your word for it.
They run under the building.
What does?
The telecom wires. You can access them through the sewers. Wait. Why do you do what you do?
Because I made a promise. Get out of here.
You idiot, it's me! What are you thinking?
Phoenix Jones operated in Seattle. Phoenix Jones. Why am I blanking on who Phoenix Jones is?
Alfred, I'm on my way out. But before I can access the server remotely, I need to hack into the telecom wires into the GCPD.
You should be able to access them from the sewers which run below the building. I'll peg the closest entrance on your map.
Penguin's man said the disruptor can be used to jam their weapons.
Sir, yes, sir. It's the bat. Call it in.
Some dude dressed up as a vigilante and was like an MMA real life. Okay. I don't know why I've never heard of this. It's like real life Kick-Ass, except not a teenager.
I can take you.
Alright, we'll stay like this just so I can see when somebody picks up a gun. No gun for you.
Hands where I can see him.
Alright. So that's where I want to go.
Priority 1, 622 has left.
Wait, what's that? What's over here?
I need a status report. All quadrants, check in.
Alright, there's nothing over here. Or at least I don't see anything. Lock and load. That guy's soccer career just ended. His soccer career just ended. I'm missing context. My gym instructor wanted me to combine The Office and Suits, both TV shows, and call it Office Suits. So you basically have incompetent people, but they're also super witty about getting stuff done. Suits to me just feels like a live-action anime, where it's just people just getting underneath each other's skin, but also like with a super witty, like, I outsmarted you 5 weeks ago and you never even knew about it kind of BS. You know, that's how I always feel whenever I watch a clip from Suits.
I don't want to hurt you, but you need to stay out of my way.
Never.
Listen, I'm on your side.
My side? My side works within the law. My side doesn't leave suspects with broken bones and missing teeth. We've earned Gotham's respect.
If that were true, I wouldn't believe you.
Gordon, clear the line of fire! Hold your fire! If he moves, take him down. You've got nowhere to run. Move, Gordon! I'm taking him down!
Have I ever been to Comic-Con? No, I have not. I haven't been to a convention in a long-ass time. I was never lucky to go to one like Comic-Con before. Oh, I didn't get him down? That sucks. Got him, though. Just give me 1 second here. I want to go out through here, don't I? Is this the exit? No, I want to go in through here. That's where I want to go. Right? Yeah. Don't go to North Korea. It's very bad. That's good advice. I'll keep to it. Why can't I? Got it. Wait, I was just here. What the fuck is going on? Okay. Is this not where I want to go? Oh my god. Yes, there is indeed a lot of swearing in The Wolf of Wall Street. Why can't I go through this fucking hole? There we go. There is indeed a lot of swearing in The Wolf of Wall Street. Lots of the word fuck. Alright, fine. Okay. It had my objective going the other way.
Highlighted a nearby manhole on your map. Those sewer tunnels lead directly under the GCPD.
Good work, Alfred.
Oh, and sir, do try to keep out of the muck down there. Remember who has to clean your suit.
Alright, let's actually see if I can get this comms tower now that I have the disruptor, because I feel like that's exactly what I needed.
Hello, Batman? It's Barbara. Sorry
How'd she get his number?
for hacking into your comms, but
Oh.
I need a favor.
High school student hacks into comms. Wolf of Wall Street is not a kid's movie and it can't be. That's why it's rated R. Or MA-15 or whatever it is in Australia.
Crates you find. It'll fry their circuits and render the stuff useless.
Hello there.
I'll tear you apart. There's only one of him.
It's R in Australia? Okay.
I'm gonna teach you
Have I been to New Zealand? No, I have not. I've rarely been lucky enough to leave the country.
Come on, who's the man?
I might be going to Japan at some point. But no, I personally have never been to Japan. I have family who has been, and they say it's fantastic. But one thing that comes with living in the United States is because the country is so big, a lot of times the opportunities to leave the country is very difficult. There's people here who have never left their home state. And keep in mind, states in this country, in the United States, are about as big as other countries. Let's actually take a moment here. Because I feel like non-Americans, this isn't as... like, to actually show this on a map. Comparison of... I've been to Japan, try to go on the very fast train. Oh, I'd love to go on that train. Comparison of U.S. states and other countries by area. So, for instance, Australia. Your country is slightly smaller than Australia is slightly smaller than the U.S. contiguous 48 states. Other things like, let's see, New Zealand. It's about the size of Colorado. Which I just realized this is like, means nothing to somebody who's never been to the United States. Here, U.S. states versus European countries compared to by size. Like, here is just California. Do I know McJuggernuggets? No, I do not. Here is just California. Not even the second largest state in the United States by landmass, compared to England. Or not England, sorry, Europe. The continent of Europe compared to just the state of California. Our states are as large, and if not larger, than European countries. With that in mind, a lot of us rarely leave the country. Here's the entire list of countries I've been to. I mentioned I went on that one cruise. That's where I went to like every country I've ever been to. For just a couple hours at a time, I was lucky to visit Haiti, Jamaica, the Grand Cayman, and Mexico. And I didn't even really get to see the real life of those countries. Not really. And it was like 15 years ago. The only other time I've left the country was one time for one day. One night I went to Canada. That's it. That's it. That's the only times I ever left the country. I went to Canada once. I went over in Ontario. And then I went to Haiti, Jamaica, Grand Cayman, and Mexico, which is all part of this cruise I went on like 15 years ago. I have never left the country outside of that. Never. Never left the United States other than those examples. I would love to go to Japan one day. I'd love to go to Norway. I would love to go to Spain. But it's expensive. You know? I gotta leave from halfway through the third largest country in the world by landmass, only second to Canada and Russia, which have massive tundras that are pretty much uninhabitable. It's hard. It's difficult. Oh, I'm at the wrong one. There we go. Is there swearing in Deadpool? Yes. Yep. There is a lot of swearing in Deadpool. Fun story. First time I watched Deadpool, I was with my mother. That was an experience. I knew he was raunchy at the time. I didn't know he was that raunchy. And it was, quite the experience to watch that movie with my mother. Hey, get that freak! Oh yeah, get that freak. Dum, dum. Is swearing against the law? No, but depending on where you are, like, it's heavily frowned upon in some areas, but it's never illegal. In the United States, we have the freedom of speech. That is what is called our First Amendment. When a little bit of American history here, when the country was first founded, when the country, and I say founded, when the country was first freed from England, we decided to create what's called the Constitution, frowned upon. It means it's not illegal, but there's an unwritten rule that you just don't do it in certain places. Like, you don't walk into a preschool and just shout, fuck. You don't do that. That's what it means by frowned upon. You are in America. I am indeed an American. How are you doing, Fushi Forest? Welcome to the stream. But yes, I am American. I am from the state of Minnesota, which is just underneath Canada. Kind of halfway, kind of like in the middle of the country. Okay, you. I didn't know. Hey, I don't know. Not everybody's from America. But in our American history, we have, when our country was first founded, we had a thing called the Bill of Rights, which is the first 10 amendments to what we call the Constitution, which is effectively our base laws, like the foundation of America's laws. And things that are included on there are the First Amendments: the right to free speech, the right to free press, the right to freely assemble, and the right to free religion. Those are the four main aspects of the freedom of speech. And with the freedom of speech, you are allowed to say what you want when you want. You have the freedom of your own thoughts and opinions, where some people live in countries where things might be censored and they're only allowed to say or think certain things because the government says you can only think and speak certain things. America has the freedom where you can express your feelings outright. So, in America, I could say something like, I don't like the President of the United States. I could say that. I am legally allowed to say that within my country. Whether it's true or not, you don't have to know. Because I don't want to go political. I don't want this to be a political channel. But for an example, that's something someone else couldn't say in their country, is that I could say I dislike the President, who, of course, is our head of the 1/3 of our U.S. government, where we have the executive, the judicial, and the legislative wings, where legislative is like the House of Representatives and the Senate. That's where the majority of people work. They're the ones who create the laws. The executive office is our president's. In this case, it is Joe Biden. And he's the one who can approve or veto laws and do various other things. And the third branch is the judicial side, where you have the courts, and they're the ones who enforce the laws. You don't like broccoli? Boom! You're allowed to say that. Welcome to America. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave their right to me. I guess it's better to say, the ones who died, who gave their right to me. And I proudly stand up next to you and defend her still today. Such a beautiful country. It's kind of like that case of, like, we know we're not the best country in the world, but you better not tell us that, or else we're going to defend it till we die. Alright, so it looks like I still can't really get into here, because I have that down there. Alright. Let's see if I can't get into here. Smack. But that's kind of a quick, like, explanation on why America is kind of the way it is. In terms of, like, we say what we want. Because it is literally the first law ever written. You get the freedom of speech. The second law is the Second Amendment, which is the right to bear arms. We're allowed to own weaponry. We are allowed to, as the people, we are allowed to own guns, essentially. I wonder if that's... What the fuck? I just lost control for a second. Nope. Get me out of here. I want out, 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 I want out. Yeah, baby. Didn't know I was fighting Austin Powers. But it still looks like I can't really get into here. Which is what we call a big bummer. Alright. I'm going to take a quick break. I got to go to the bathroom. Here's your chance to go hydrate, go get some water, go to the bathroom. I'm going to take a couple minutes to do that myself. Be back in just a couple. There's some music. Alright. I will be back shortly after a quick bathroom break. Adios. I'm back. Oh, I just realized that it's like pretty big here. Let's shrink. Let's just shrink both of those down. We'll just move them right there. There we go. Pretty move that a little bit. I got a little bit of food because I was starting to get hungry as well. So I just got some cold pizza. Because cold pizza is really underrated. You know? Cold pizza. Cold pizza. How are you doing tonight, Diva? I'm also gonna crack open this root beer. You're live? How am I? I'm doing fantastic, actually. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. My microphone just blinked red when I cracked open that pop. And yes, I come from a place where it's called pop. Where am I supposed to go? Midwesterners. Where were you from? I can't remember where you're from. Nevada. Okay. Can't wait to hear that A. Nevada. Nevada. I guess it's Nevada. Here. We'll take a second here. Alright. Alright, Diva. I am literally going to go to Google Maps. Alright? I'm not going to argue with you on your pronunciation of your home state. I'm just going to sign out of Google here so you can't see. I don't know if like my personal stuff. Because I'm not an idiot. I may be an idiot, but I'm not stupid. So, here is Minneapolis, St. Paul. Over here we got Minneapolis. And here we have St. Paul. The Twin Cities. For me, I'll be very generic when I say that I grew up down in this general area. This is where I grew up. This is what is home to me, is this southern general area. Let's take a look at some of these cities. I'll ask you if you can pronounce them. Let's start with this one. How do you pronounce this? I'll wait. Here, this will probably be better, actually. Why don't I just go to Google and find cities in Minnesota that are hard to pronounce. There we go. Here we go. This is the one I just clicked on. The top left one. How do you pronounce that city? It's just northeast of St. Paul. I actually have a orchestra concert there next month. Ma to med I. You're close. You're closer than a lot of people get. But you're wrong. Matamidi. That is Matamidi, Minnesota. Let's do this one. Because it, actually, I'll just kind of tell you this one because it actually tells you right down here. It says, a lot of people say Faribault, or Faribault, but it is Faribault. This is Faribault. It's French. How about this one? This is a fun one. How that one? Right there in the middle. Not going in any particular order here. 3 letters. You can't get it wrong. You can't. Eli? No. No. Mm-mm. It's not Eli. We have one of those in Nevada. We call it Ely. Ooh! You got it! It's Ely. Ely, Minnesota. Actually, very beautiful. Northwestern Minnesota, just south of Canada. Beautiful. Now let's do this one. Home of Paul Bunyan and Babe the Big Blue Ox. That is English. Are you saying... I don't know if you're saying it that way, so I'm going to take the honor system. I don't know if you're saying it the way I'm reading in my head. Bemidji. It's a j, like a... There's a slight D in front of that J. Bemidji. And let's just have fun with this one last. Let's do this one. That'll be fun. What's that one? Prague? You saying Prague? Is that where you're going with this Prague? What type of pizza am I eating? It's like a Meat Lovers, Papa Murphy's. You want to say Prague. But like it has to be quirky. You're right. We're quirky. It is New Prague, not Prague. You kind of figured it out. But oh, this is a fun one. How about that one? I drove through this. It's not really a city; it's a town, smaller town, southwestern Minnesota-ish. I actually drove through it every other time I drove down to my college town. I drove through this one. You won't get it. So I'll just say it. This is not Gaylord, Minnesota. It's Gaylord, Minnesota. So let's go through these. Matamidi, Minnesota. This city should never exist because they're full of cake eaters. They like to say that it's called Edina, but they don't deserve for it to be called Edina because they're cake eaters. They're Edina. I call them Edina because they don't deserve to have it pronounced correctly, which is Edina. Then you have Wyzetta. We said Bemidji and Ely and New Prague. This one's actually not too far away from where I grew up. This is actually where our amusement nearby. No. This is where our amusement park is. Our amusement park of the state, it's called Valley Fair, is in Shakopee, Minnesota. Then we said Faribault, Lutzen. You got it. Oh, your Norwegians up here, all them Scandinavians. You know, this is not Lutzen, it's Lutzen. So Lutzen. I've never heard of this one. These are smaller towns. If I had to guess, Climax, I guess. I don't know. I've never heard of this one in Minnesota. I've never heard of it. Never heard of these two either. I'd say this one would probably be Keister. Moorhead. I know Moorhead. I know Aitken. Winona. Fun fact, Winona, Minnesota, home of Winona University, is also the birthplace of Winona Ryder, the actress. You'd know her from Stranger Things or Beetlejuice or... Yeah, she's from Winona, Minnesota, named after the city. Then, of course, you have Osseo, Gaylord. Yeah. We got a lot of dumb named towns. But there's a couple that I'm surprised didn't make this list. Like, I'm not going to go through them. But there's a couple that should be on this list that I'm not going to go into. Hey, howdy, hey, what's up, Spider-Man? Do you even know who this guy is? Have you never been to Minnesota? A lot of breweries? There are a lot of breweries up here. Do you even know who this guy is, Spidey? You know who this guy is? But I recommend coming to Minnesota. Minnesota is beautiful in the summers. I mean, our summers get a lot hotter than people realize. We'll regularly hit 100. Batman? Yeah, it is Batman. Can you get banned from places for swearing? I mean, you can get banned from places for being an asshole. So, in a sense, yes. But that's more of a private establishment that can ban you. Because a private establishment can do what they want. I could walk into one Applebee's, curse up a storm, and just be kicked out of that Applebee's that one time because they just don't want to deal with my ass. I could walk into a Chili's, start cursing up a storm, and then Chili's could put a permaban on me, which means that I'm no longer allowed to, you know, be a consumer at any Chili's restaurant. So, yes, but it's a case by case basis. Like the company or the establishment is a private institution, which means that they are legally allowed to do that. And just say, you're not allowed to come here anymore because you're being a nuisance. Whether you're swearing or not. It could be because you're swearing. But at that point, it's just, again, unwritten rule. And people can people being companies, can fight back. But I'd recommend coming out to Diva. I'd recommend coming to Minnesota. Minnesota is beautiful, especially northern Minnesota. The Twin Cities are your one-size-fits-most tourist destination. There's a lot of things to do in the Twin Cities. The first thing that comes to mind is something like Minnehaha Falls, because it's just a very, very relaxed environment out by Minnehaha Falls. It's a waterfall. It's a smaller waterfall, but it's a waterfall here in the Twin Cities, just south of Minneapolis, St. Paul. And then you also have, of course, Mall of America is really popular. I don't get it. Oh, what? We got Deadpool? Now we got Deadpool, everybody. How's it going, pool guy? Have to add to the list. Minnesota is very, very nice. Logan in here? No, Logan is stabbed and is dead as fuck right now. Hey, yo. Yeah, he's dead as fuck.
Potential assignment incoming.
I mean, there's rumors out there that there's another version of him running around with you, Deadpool. So why are you asking me? I heard he's running around with you right around now. I'm just saying. Because, Spidey, isn't that what you heard too? Is that Wolverine's been running around with Deadpool as of late? I mean, there's apparently some leaked footage of you and Logan, you know, getting on, you know. Who would win, Deadpool or Star-Lord? Deadpool. Deadpool can't fucking die. Right, Deadpool? Oh, Deadpool 3, yeah, he's coming to the MCU with Wolvie. Ooh. We're all excited. But yeah, Deadpool, you totally kicked Star-Lord's ass, wouldn't you? Nick Brown, obviously me, killed him in the comics. There you go. There's your answer. Cold pizza. You don't think that's a true Deadpool? That's true Deadpool. Right, Wade? That's really you, right? Because unlike Spider-Man, you do have a secret identity. You don't have a secret identity, excuse me. We really do have Spidey and Deadpool in chat. Shoot me in the head and you'll see. See? There you go. I personally do not own any gun, so just haven't gotten around to it. So I'll take your word for it there, Deadpool. Mr. Pool guy. Now, is it true that you do look like Ryan Reynolds crossed with a radioactive Sharpay? Or a testicle with teeth? Or a topographical map of Utah? Or like an old ugly avocado had sex with an older, uglier avocado? Because that's what the rumors go around. And I'm just trying to ask the most credible source there is. Deadpool is actually telling the truth? Thanks, Spidey. Because, yeah, Spidey, you've heard that too, those types of things about Deadpool. Alright, now what do I have to do? You bet he heard. Who's Spidey? I don't want to go down here. I do want to go down here. Dum da dum da dum. All right. Man, can we get Can we get Batman here? I want to see this. I want him to see this. Here. Batman's here. He can't see shit, but he's here.
Here's our man!
I'm about to fucking die. I just fucking died. I'm Batman.
You should have turned yourself in when you had the chance.
How you doing? Let's all be pandas.
All right, boys. Let's get this trash out of here.
Nope. It's not Christian Bale. I don't know what you were talking about. Sounds handsome, though. I can't hear or see shit. For Gotham.
Take it easy on yourself.
Where are the other jokes going? Joker! Joker, what did you do to Rachel? It's Robert Pattinson's Batman. Who the fuck is Robert Pattinson?
I'm taking you in.
You look away for 1 second, and Batman shows up.
We got a code 4. I'm moving in. Pretty fast.
Why do you hate it here?
I'll take a swipe. You're under arrest.
Wait. Wait. One thing I heard about Pattinson is he has something that goes like this. Right? Was that it? Ugh. On a side note, it's hard to think in there. It's hard to think in this thing. Fun story. Fun story. Fun, true story. All right? Everybody? Fun, true story. The reason I have this mask... I can't see shit. Yes, the brain is indeed being restricted. It hurts. It's not comfortable. The reason I even have this mask, the reason I have it is I used to work at a company called, I'll just say I worked at a music school. It was a part-time job. I was teaching there for many months, loved working there. My boss, massive Batman fan. While I was working there, his birthday rolled around. And so what ends up happening is I get a call or a text, from... No, it was a phone call. I got a phone call from the office manager. I'm telling the story right now. I got a phone call from the office manager, or the front desk manager, and she tells me, "Hey, the general manager, all of our, the owner, not owner, but the manager, everyone's boss, his birthday is coming up, and we want to do something special for him. So she wanted to put on this little skit where, she wanted to have Batman go and fight the Hamburglar. So she ended up getting one of our coworkers who had natural red hair and had him be the Hamburglar. I was the first choice for Batman because I'm very, very short. Side note, I'm 6'8". I am a tall motherfucker. So I get asked, hey, Kevin, could you be Batman? I say, oh, hell yes. I think my correct response was, at the time, I said, you do realize how big of a DC nut I am, right? And she says, no. I'm like, I basically told her about the DC fan fiction that, if you haven't watched, by the way, it's really, really cool. It's on my channel, on the YouTube channel. YouTube channel for those on Twitch is Batman is short. Compared to me, he is. Batman, and according to the comics and all that, is 6'2". I am a full 6 inches taller than that. I'm 6'8". So he's shorter than me. So I get asked if I could be Batman. Because I'm so tall, it's hard to get a costume and all these things. And I get told, hey, I'm getting this really big Halloween costume, essentially. And she upgraded the cheesy mask to this genuine rubber one. And all I had to pay her was like $20, and it was mine. I don't know how much this mask actually is. I haven't checked. But I paid $20 for it, so I can keep it. Nope, Batsy ain't as short as Wolfie. But, I mean, I have a pretty good impression for him, don't I? But the worst part is, the first time I wore this, basically I would shove a hairdryer in here, heat up the inside, so then I'd put it on where it was really, really warm. It never hurt, but it was definitely warm. Just so I can try to expand it out even just fractions of an inch. Just trying to get as much space in there for my massive head. And the other thing is, the nose piece, as you may notice if I'm wearing it, there is no nose piece. It just sits on top of the nose. It wasn't made like that. If you look very closely, you can kind of see some remnants of a nose covering. They literally had a little piece of rubber that goes over the nose, where it has little holes for the nostrils, but they're unusable. So you can't breathe through your nose with this thing normally. I literally took a pair of scissors and a knife to cut this off so I could properly breathe. So what's really fun is, do I still have the photo? I think I have the photo. I'm not going to be able to put it up on screen very cleanly. It's just going to be, you're just going to see it off my phone. Where is it here? Here it is. I'm just going to crop my boss out of the photo. But there I am in my full Batman getup, and I just realized the brightness is going down. There I am in my full Batman getup when I went to work for my boss's birthday. So, like, the costume, the boots are my steel toes from an old job. I'm wearing this Halloween costume, pants, chest piece, belt, and cape. The gloves I'm wearing are basic-ass irrigation gloves, so they're, like, waterproof. And then I'm wearing the same mask. And I just tied my hair up in a bun, so it was less crazy behind my head. But it was a very, very fun day. And so that's how I got the mask, was just because of that. close. Stay closed. But yeah, all right, so I didn't have my glasses on. I couldn't see shit. I can't. I'm Velma without my glasses. I don't see shit. All right. Looks like you guys like that. Na 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 Batman. I love that. Ro thought of the Batman with the ponytail's hilarious. Like he's being. Oh my gosh, you guys are hilarious. I love it. And that wasn't the Arkham theme. That was the Robert Pattinson Batman theme. What up, nerds? Oh, what? Miguel? What are you doing here? We had a lot of the heroes here today. Lots of heroes. What's up, Spidey? Alright, now we're going in here. This is weirdly actually where I needed to go. I did not know this is where I needed to go. Alright. Come here because it's a canon event. Also, the 616 Spider-Man is here. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Wait, canon event? What the fuck's gonna happen? Spider-Man 2099. Why is this a canon event? That makes me very nervous. Ah, how did I miss that?
Strange. These are Black Mask's men. Not the kind of guys I'd expect to find running around in the sewers.
Could be worse. At least he sent an expert martial artist to protect us down here.
Protect us from what? The rats?
Wait a minute. Spider-Man 2099 doesn't have a secret identity? Miguel. Ow. His name is Miguel Ojeda? Yeah. Ojeda. I just didn't know his identity wasn't secret. I mean, this isn't like Hobgoblin or anything like that, which, I mean, I since heard his identity has been leaked. Side note, the Hobgoblin arc in the 1994 Spider-Man show. Goated! Travel back in time to save my wife? I know you're pissed off. I never made that connection. Yeah, is Deadpool now creating a canon event? Deadpool prevents his own canon event from happening. After it happens. Alright, we're going through here. Deadpool's just doing Deadpool things. I mean, The only thing you can expect Deadpool to do is what you don't expect Deadpool to do. It's weirdly that the most Deadpool thing you expect is what he's going to do, but you can never actually guess he's actually going to do that. Oh, you're going to be right back? Why does that make me nervous? Miguel? What are you doing? Miguel? What are you doing, Miguel? I just got really nervous, guys. Oh no, I think he pissed him off. I think so too, Spidey. I don't think you're doing, I don't think anything good is gonna happen here. Wrong button. There we go.
Where'd he come from?
Where'd he go? Where'd he come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come? Cotton Eye Joe. Ow. Son of bitch. We're having like a whole ass like action movie in the chat right now. Guys, Miguel's in my house, or at least somebody who's dressed as Spider-Man 29, and he brought a gun. Wade, don't you, like, take out, like, 12 bad guys with a well, you had 12 rounds in a single gun where you count them out, but when the scene actually comes by and you actually do take out those 12 men, you have 2 guns. Care to elaborate? You seriously counted up 12 rounds in 1 gun, but then you suddenly had 6 and 2 guns? Oh, wait, it's a Nerf gun. It's a Nerf gun you're hiding right now. Oh, good lord. Oh, Deadpool. Deadpool. Alright, we're... Oh, I see. I see, says the blind man to the deaf man. Wait, where the fuck... How the fuck am I supposed to do this? Okay, he left? Okay. What the fuck? What? I see. Don't let me get you again. There's a lot of stuff happening right now. Is everything okay between you two? Wade, Miguel? Is everything alright? Well, fuck that guy in particular. Alright. That's a lot of explosives. Oh. He breaks the canon on purpose to be in the MCU. That's why Deadpool 3 is happening. Gotcha. I mean, when the man is so strong, he breaks fourth wall breaks while inside of fourth wall breaks. I mean, the math is just he breaks 16 walls at once. Do I like Azrael? Like that, like, off-brand Batman? Parker? Is that who you're talking about? Also, how are you doing tonight, Parker? I just, fell into the water. We all know Batman hates to get wet for whatever reason. Even though he prepares for everything, but God forbid he gets a little bit wet. I just fucked... Oh, Damn, wasn't expecting that. Alright. Alright. What the... Alright. There we go. Now we got it. Who's my favorite Batman? Mine is Kevin Conroy. I do love Kevin Conroy as well. You know what? Your opinion of me is probably going to drop a little bit. In terms of, like, appearance and, like, potential, Ben Affleck. I'm not going to talk about Robert Pattinson. I still think it's too early on him. Christian Bale, I love Christian Bale, but I think he's got the benefit of being in the best movies. So I believe he then gets a lot of credit associated with him. I am very much a Keaton and Affleck guy. I love Keaton and Affleck. Like, I think Keaton is the best balance between being a phenomenal Batman, Bruce Wayne, and in great movies. That's where I stand. Affleck's great too, greatest Batman and greatest Daredevil. Gotta disagree with you on that one, Miguel. I do not think he was good at Daredevil. I think that Daredevil was atrocious. I will never get those 2 hours back. Never. I will never get those 2 hours back. That was... I mean, he calls himself not a murderer. This dude literally killed somebody in the beginning of the movie and was proud of it. Yet he says in the end, he's like, I'm not the bad guy. I'm not a killer. Bitch, you killed through this entire fucking movie. I mean, if I want to watch Daredevil again or Elektra, I'll just go watch Evanescence music videos for a couple of hours. Prefer Charlie Cox's Daredevil? 100%. Daredevil Born Again is going... If the casting for Daredevil Born Again sticks, and it's going to be any indication of the quality of Daredevil Born Again as a movie, it is going to be phenomenal. Especially since, essentially, the MCU just added all of the Netflix shows as canon to the MCU. All those Netflix shows, all those Defender stuff, all that is now MCU canon. That is amazing. I've said it once, I'll say it a million times. Netflix's Daredevil, best superhero show ever made. It's the best. You take any superhero related show. If it's superheroes, at least comic book superheroes, and it's a show, Daredevil's the best. I have a soft spot for Justice League and like Batman animated series, like all of that, like Bruce Timm and like all that stuff. I have a soft spot for that. That's phenomenal. That stuff's great too. But Daredevil, phenomenal. Why am I getting Joker vibes from this? For the record, for those of you who are new to my streams, first of all, hello, my name's Kevin. But second of all, I've only ever finished Asylum and City. I beat Asylum as a kid. I beat City as a kid. I've recently replayed through Asylum, not on stream. I played through City on stream, and now we're playing Origins. So we're just kind of going through these. So I have no idea of any part of the story for Origins. So I'm just kind of experiencing this for the first time. I don't know why, but I'm getting Joker vibes.
I'm under the GCPD. Why are Black Mask's men planting explosives here? The cops have always been on his payroll.
That didn't happen. But Spidey, Deadpool, Miguel, thank you so much for hopping into chat. That was an absolute blast going through all that. Like, I was already having a great night. Like, my day has already been great. I guess I woke up on the right side of the bed this morning. I got to see my brother, which doesn't happen every day. And I got to hang out with my family. I look at my schedule, I can hop on a stream. So far, knock on wood, Arkham Origins hasn't crashed. It's done that before. I'm just having a good ass day. And then you guys come in and have this, you know, awesome interaction. I don't know if you guys are still in chat or not, but thank you so much. Like, that was a real treat. Thank you. There we go. Am I streaming tomorrow? Probably not. I got plans for tomorrow night. I don't expect to stream tomorrow. Haha. And down you go. And down you go. There goes all the pizza. Haven't seen South Park. Yes, but I'm not a huge fan of it. Just, it's not for me.
Alfred, confirm we now have access to the National Criminal Database.
Connection confirmed. You can now perform DNA analysis. I'm also sending over the police file for the Lacey Towers case.
This photo is from the day of the murder. It's a perfect match. The DNA tells more of the story.
Have I seen The Sopranos? You're not going to like this. I have not seen The Sopranos. I've heard it's the greatest show of all time.
And he installed biometric
I've never seen it.
security only he could access. Alfred, I have enough information to solve the Lacey Towers case. Here's what happened. By now, Gotham PD thinks Roman Sionis is dead. The casualty of a turf war. Murdered by the Penguin. But I know better. Roman spooked Sionis' girlfriend. So he sent her to his safe house, which was anything but safe. Sionis showed up later, ready for trouble, and found it. Or so it seemed. Roman's always been paranoid. That's probably why he's lasted this long. He'd sent in a decoy, giving himself the element of surprise. But it wasn't enough. There was a fight. Sionis lost. The killer didn't hesitate to shoot the decoy, but he wanted Roman alive to access the cash stored at the Gotham Merchants Bank. With Sionis under control, all that remained was to tie up loose ends. But it wasn't the fire that killed Sionis' girlfriend. What kind of monster forces a man to kill the ones he loves? The Joker. He's the shadow I've been chasing. And now I know where he's going next. Gotham Merchants Bank.
This is, yes, in the American Sign Language, by the way, to Nick. Yes, there are F-bombs in Game of Thrones.
Alfred,
Lots of them.
any information on
Wish for a Daredevil game.
Searching now, sir.
Like a true Daredevil game.
There doesn't seem to be anything coming
Would it be point of view?
What do you know about him?
Not much, but he's taken Black Mask hostage.
Hostage? So Sionis isn't dead?
I don't think so.
And have I played Marvel Ultimate Alliance?
The Joker
A long ass time ago.
into the Gotham Merchants Bank.
A long time ago, Miguel. A long time ago I played Marvel Ultimate Alliance. I don't remember it too well. Is it on Steam? Stand by. Let's see if it's on Steam. I was going to search Marvel. Puzzle Quest, Miles Morales and Spider-Man, Midnight Suns, Marvel vs. Capcom, Lego Marvel Avengers, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. Underrated ass game, by the way. Have I played Mortal Kombat? Yes, I have. I've been a Mortal Kombat player since Mortal Kombat 9. Isn't it a nostalgic game? Get your assemble a team to defeat Doctor Doom. It is a little... It is nostalgic in a way, because I remember playing it a lot, but only over like a month because I had it rented. So I didn't play it a ton as a kid. I don't see it here on Steam. I feel like I should have seen it by now. I'm in all these DLCs for like pinball and stuff like that. I'm just going to type in Ultimate Alliance. Yeah, it's not on Steam, unfortunately. That's a shame. I'd play that again. I still play it on PSP. I wish I had a PSP. All I have are DSs. I have 3 Nintendo DSs. A DS Lite, a 3DS, and a 3DS XL. And I have a game, and I have a Game Boy Color. Multiplayer is still popping on Ultimate Alliance. I'm sure there's some people still playing. Or in my phone. Oh, a PSP emulator in your phone. Okay. See, I don't do those emulators on the phone anymore. I used to do it for Pokemon, but now that I have all the Pokemon games I'd ever want on real consoles, it's like I don't do that much anymore. I used to do it all the time. I got every fucking Game Boy Pokemon game on my phone, but not as of late. No, I don't want any of those. Perform critical counters to deliver double counter damage and add 2 counts to your combo. You can mod it. I assume you're talking about Marvel Ultimate Alliance, like modding it for multiplayer or something like that. Also, I just realized I'm probably reading off things before they pop up on my screen, before they pop up on the stream. because my chat feed that I have in OBS is, for some reason, like sometimes it's slower, like by 5 to 10 seconds than what comes on screen, and sometimes it's faster by 5 or 10 seconds. So I think that's just a difference between if someone's commenting on YouTube or Twitch. I don't know what the difference is. You can mod the DLC skins in Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Oh, okay. Hey, Miguel, other than any Spider-Man, so that's yourself, that's, I can't say their secret identities, but outside of any Spidey, who's your favorite Marvel character? I'm curious. Outside of any iteration of Spider-Man. No Spiderling. Who's your favorite Marvel character? I'm curious. That's a genuine curiosity. Played San Andreas. I wasn't the biggest Grand Theft Auto fan as a kid. I've played it. I enjoy it. But I've never played a lot of Grand Theft Autos. I've played San Andreas and it was fun. It's one of the better ones, but I'm not the best person to talk about for Grand Theft Auto. Captain America, Iron Man, Wolvie. Very nice. I like him. Spidey, I like him. Personally, I mean, I grew up watching all those Spidey movies, so Spidey, you're up there. But I'm also big on Doctor Strange. So Spider-Man No Way Home was a big treat for someone like me. And I happen to also be I'm a Star-Lord fan. I do enjoy Star-Lord. And I think that's just because I'm a big music guy, so I grew up with a lot of those same songs. Then you have I played Need for Speed? Yes, I have played Need for Speed. It's been a long ass time, but I've played Need for Speed. Captain America, nice leader. And Deadpool. Deadpool's awesome. Deadpool's probably in my top 5. You like Star-Lord? Yeah.
Cordially, you are very cordially invited to a party.
And it will be a grand affair.
Grand affair.
And it will be a grand affair hosted by the Hatter.
We do hope that you can come.
You like yourself, Hulk and Wolvie?
We do hope that you
Okay.
come to share in all the joy.
Greetings and salutations, Batman. I'm Jervis Tetch, inventor.
Very underrated Batman villain. Yes, they really are slaying on the beat.
Why it is I sought you out. Well, I have an employment opportunity I'd like to discuss with you.
Help me! Please! If you can hear this, he's going to...
Oh, don't mind Alice, poor dear. Her mind is all aflutter, and who can blame her after all she's been through? But I'll have her right as rain soon enough. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, I would love to see a Mad Hatter in live action. Here's a question for you guys. You can pick... Alright, Deadpool, you're my favorite, but don't let me catch you again. you guys are awesome. I love you guys. And put Andrew Garfield's face on mine. You know, I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Daredevil, Punisher, Ghost Rider. Ooh, I like the Ghost Rider inclusion there. Out of any actor, whether they're down for a superhero movie or not, so doesn't matter. You can pick any actor in the world. Who would you pick to play the Mad Hatter? Because I don't really have an answer off the top of my head. But who do you think would make a great Mad Hatter? Like Fantastic Four? Fantastic Four is I was unironically about to say fantastic.
All units getting calls about a disturbance. Stand by for location.
Ah, disturbance. The most generic, crime. Mad. What's the land of this going to be? Mad Cats. Like a Mad Cats controller? Mad Chop? Madgers? Hatats? Hatters. Oh, come on. Saying Johnny Depp since he played Willy Wonka. Oh wait, he did do live action Mad Hatter. He did do Mad Hatter, but that was like an actual Alice in Wonderland Mad Hatter. Timothée Chalamet, too young? Yeah, I'd say he's still a bit too young. But yeah, I'd say he's just a bit too young. If he was probably 10 years older, he'd be perfect, though. I could see him. Like, I'm kind of like aging Chalamet up in my head, but 8 to 10 years, and then he's perfect. Because I'm trying to think myself, like, who can play that? Dinklage playing Manhattan? Are we talking Mad Hatter or Dr. Manhattan? We got to make sure we're clear on this. I'm assuming you're talking about Mad Hatter. But if you're talking about Manhattan, no. Peter Dinklage would be a horrible Manhattan. Billy Crudup did phenomenal as Dr. Manhattan in Snyder's Watchmen. Willem Dafoe, he'd be perfect as Joker. Or Ryan Reynolds. I think we all know Ryan Reynolds is perfect as a different character that happens to be in Marvel. Willem Dafoe, I think Dafoe would be fun as Mad Hatter. Reynolds, I think it's just his voice, I think would fit a Mad Hatter like if Ryan Reynolds like tapped into his craziness, like if he took the serious crazy that he played in his Amityville Horror, but with that like Deadpool kind of twist of like, you know, kind of that comedic elements of Deadpool with the seriousness of Amityville Horror, then I think he can do well. With Willem Dafoe, similarly, but I think he's just kind of out of it. What about Ben Stiller? Dark horse choice, I'm not gonna lie. I'm thinking about it. Because, what, Ben Stiller is what, 60? Right? I think he's in his 60s. I think, as a dark horse, you know, if you had to take any actor, regardless of their interest or what they do, I think he could do it. Who would play Doctor Doom in the MCU, minus Cillian Murphy, because he's so intimidating? Cillian Murphy's towards the top of the list for me, I admit. Here's my choice. Ben Stiller's 58. Okay. I thought for some reason he'd already hit 60, but okay, 58. So yeah, like in that perfect age range for Jervis Tetch. So yeah, Cillian Murphy's towards the top of the list for me. I always love Cillian Murphy. I've never seen a bad Cillian Murphy project. Oppenheimer was a masterpiece. 3 hours of talking and you can't look away. That's how I describe that movie. When it comes to Doctor Doom, if this actor who has already appeared in the MCU decides to sign on for multiple projects, and it's the reason he took the character he did is because he was be in a one-off movie, is Mads Mikkelsen, who was Caecilius in Doctor Strange 1. The only reason he has signed on to do that role versus another role was because he wanted to just be in the MCU for one film and then not be tied down for multiple projects. If his mind has been changed and he's willing to come back and play another character, I would love to see him as Doctor Doom. Love to see it. But it is what it is. If RDJ wasn't cast as Iron Man, who would you pick? Oh, for Tony Stark? I don't know, man. Timothy, I can never pronounce his name. Oliphants or Tom Cruise? I mean, I'm not the biggest Tom Cruise fan outside of like Top Gun and Mission Impossible. That's like the only thing I love Tom Cruise in. Everything else is like, okay, I guess A Few Good Men. He's great in A Few Good Men. But like, I'm not the biggest Tom Cruise fan. Like when it comes to his action movies, I love Mission Impossible and I love, what's that other one I said? Top Gun. I see it. I see it. I genuinely see the Tony Stark Tom Cruise connection. I'm just not the biggest fan of the casting. If he would have shown up as Superior Iron Man in Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, like a lot of us thought he would, I would have been so down. But I don't know. Oliphant. Tom Cruise is great, but your favorite actor. But Tim does. Yeah, out of those two, I'd give it to Oliphant. Again, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. I don't know who would play Iron Man. If not RDJ. Because RDJ, like, reinvented the entire character. Like, everything became, like, RDJ and Iron Man, or RDJ and Tony Stark are, like, one and the same. Like, it was that perfect of it. Oliphants? Timothy Oliphants? Oliphants? They're making a Silver Surfer movie. Who do you think should play Silver Surfer? I'm assuming just voice actor. Who's got like a super smooth voice that is also intimidating? Not like Morgan Freeman. Like Morgan Freeman is like the first person you think of like when you just think of like actor with a voice. It's like Morgan Freeman. I'm trying to think. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm gonna get it. Let me just listen to it. Pedro Pascal for Silver Surfer. I could see. Oh, or for Tony Stark. Pedro Pascal for Tony Stark or for Silver Surfer. Pedro Pascal as Silver Surfer. I can get behind it.
Hi, Dan Tomaty, Wiley Poohead. T, E, and Comet. B.
PronounceNames.com.
Timothy Oliphant.
Oliphant. Is that right?
Timothy Oliphant.
Oliphant? Is that right?
Timothy Oliphant.
Oliphant?
Do we have the correct...
Was that it? I literally just went to YouTube. Looked it up. I mean, I would say it sounded right. That was it? Okay. Oliphant. It sounds similar to elephants, but with an O-L-Y than an E-L-E. Oliphants. Elephants. Oliphant. I can see Pascal sort of as Silver Surfer. I just feel like he's been casted in everything nowadays. Like, is it just me or has he been casted in, like, everything? Where am I going? Where am I going? There I am. That's where I'm going. Okay. Lame. Besides Chris Evans, who do you want to pick play Captain America? Krasinski, Hammer, Ackles? I wouldn't want to see Ackles as it. Not that he wouldn't do good, I just think he's better in another role. Out of those three, maybe Hammer? I don't know, maybe it's just because I've seen Krasinski play Jim from The Office too much. From this little bit we saw of him as Reed Richards, I personally would love to see him come back as Reed Richards. I thought he did fantastic. But the only reason that they brought him on for that movie is just to, like, appease the fan castings. Oh, I just got the achievement for gliding a mile. Or gliding a marathon, excuse me. Army Hammer is more like a Cyclops to you? Okay. I mean... I don't know. I think like I said, I grew up on a lot of these actors, so it's hard for me to imagine anybody else in those roles. Out of those three, I just don't think Ackles. I see Ackles as more of a yeah, Cyclops from X-Men. Yeah. That's who I picked up on. I see Ackles more like a Winter Soldier than Captain America. Not that he couldn't do a Captain America, I personally see him more as a Winter Soldier. What about Bryan Cranston as Silver Surfer? Just the voice. No, here's the one thing I did like about the Lawrence Fishburne version is that he sounded like his voice was very smooth with the character. With Cranston, I don't hear it as much. So when it comes to Silver Surfer, for me, it's like I want that like Giancarlo Esposito. I think he could do a great, just that voice he has, kind of staying in that Breaking Bad realm. I think he would be great as Silver Surfer. You know, if he was brought into Marvel. Because he wasn't in Marvel yet, was he? He's not in Marvel yet. I know there was talks of him and Denzel Washington playing Charles Xavier and Magneto. Harrison Ford playing the Red Tornado from DC? No. No. Like, in terms of just the voice, maybe? But I don't see Ford as Tornado. Esposito seems like a nice person to me. Yeah. I know for Giancarlo Esposito, he'd be another great choice for Doctor Doom. My personal favorite, if they literally could choose anybody regardless of their history with Marvel, for me it's Mikkelsen. That's my choice for a Doctor Doom. You know, throwing out like past roles, their interest in it, anything like that, it's Mikkelsen. But if I can't choose them, then it's either Murphy or Esposito for Doctor Doom. And you know what? If they decide to go the route with Xavier and Magneto to not make them like Holocaust era characters, but make them more civil rights characters, then have them be casted as Denzel Washington and Giancarlo Esposito. Like, those were the two I think they were looking at. Phenomenal. Would love it. Surfer or Tornado? Who wins? Surfer. Surfer. I mean, he's got the power cosmic, right? Silver Surfer is power cosmic. Isn't that what he has? Am I getting my streams crossed? Am I getting something else from Marvel? Like, Tornado ain't doing shit. Surfer just winks at him and he blows up. Besides Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, I think Tom Hardy would do great. I agree. I am of that very popular opinion that I think Daniel Radcliffe should get a swing at the character. How does Surfer win the fight? Because he's a cosmic super being that's the herald of a being that devours planets for fun. And is, like, got... If I remember correctly, if I remember my Marvel Comics correctly, it's what's called the Power Cosmic, which essentially turns any character into a god without any drawbacks. And so, I mean, when you compare that to Android, who controls tornadoes, Surfer's mopping Tornado. Hugh Jackman wanted Tom Hardy to replace him. I could see it. The thing is that if I could choose somebody, regardless of, like, Hugh Jackman's opinion, which Hugh Jackman should have a bigger role in that than I think Radcliffe should get a stab at it. For me, I would just love to see it. Now, here's a question. I remember hearing this before we got Barry Keoghan as the Robert Pattinson Joker. before Barry Keoghan came on as Robert Pattinson Joker, I remember hearing a theory or a fan casting that was so crazy it might just work for a Joker. You all ready for this? I don't think you guys are ready for this. Do you know who I heard? And you know what? I kind of agree with it. Tom Hardy has already played Venom and Bane, so go with Milo Gibson. I respect it. I respect it. But here's my choice as like the biggest dark horse Joker casting. So crazy it might just work. I don't think you guys are ready for this. I really don't. I don't remember where I heard this. Macaulay Culkin as the Joker. I don't know where I heard this. I don't know. I can't take credit for it. But Macaulay Culkin for the Joker. Give it an honest thought. Like, imagine him in the makeup, green hair. You don't have to agree with it. It's a dark horse pick for a reason. Silver Surfer versus Red Tornado, that would be an incredible battle. Nick, I gotta respectfully disagree. Surfer is mopping Red Tornado. Mopping him. There's nothing Tornado can do. I just... Yeah, okay. Yeah, he does have Power Cosmic. Okay. Miguel O'Hara, thank you. I thought it was Power Cosmic. I thought I might have been confusing with something else. Really fucking powerful. Way more powerful than Red Tornado. Red Tornado is a knockoff. No, I shouldn't say knockoff. He's an android with power to control wind and tornadoes. Silver Surfer is, the Herald of Galactus, who is a planet who eats planets for fun. Silver Surfer is insanely powerful. Just the surfboard itself is insanely powerful, not to mention him. Red Tornado's DC's Vision. It's not perfect, but Martian Manhunter's closer as a more comparable character for Vision. Where Vision is more vibranium based, so he's stronger in terms of his material. He has the Mind Stone. Martian Manhunter is organic, yes, and he has his insane telepathy. Both have density manipulation abilities. They both fly, have super strength. I'd say Martian Manhunter is closer to a comparable character for Vision than Red Tornado is. In my personal opinion. I see the connection with Red Tornado, I do. Outside of them being androids, I don't see it. It's purely that they're both androids. That's all I see. In terms of what the characters bring to the table, I'd say he's closer to Martian Manhunter. Ooh. Excuse me. Thanos or Red Tornado? Thanos. I'd take Hulk over Red Tornado, and Thanos mops the Hulk. And Thanos did it without an Infinity Stone. Thanos can beat Hulk without an Infinity Stone. Thanos is decapitating Red Tornado. There's nothing like... I know that you love Red Tornado, and I like Red Tornado. Yeah, Thanos did kill Vision, so yeah. I know you love Red Tornado. I myself love Red Tornado. I think he's a great character. I know I really always choose him to lose in a lot of these fights. Nick, you put him up against a lot of the toughest characters. That was like right in my ear. That, oh my gosh, it's him! Like, that was right in my ear. Thanos doesn't need its stones to destroy a cosmic being because he has laser eyes. Are you thinking of Darkseid? Doesn't Darkseid have the Omega Beams? Thanos has the Infinity Gauntlet. And even without the Infinity Gauntlet, I thought Thanos is just, like, inhumanly durable and strong. I've never heard of Thanos having, like, laser eyes. One comic storyline where Thanos killed everyone. So, okay, in that storyline, he actually does have laser eyes. Like, inherently has laser eyes. I've never heard of that. Is that, like, similar to, like, the Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe, there's a Thanos kills the Marvel Universe?
There must be another way inside.
God damn it. I gotta make a run to my comic book store here soon and get a couple more books then. Currently, I've been reading out of 2 books. Currently, I've been reading Tom King's Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. Kind of getting towards the end there. You can kind of see my bookmark. And then I've been tackling little by little. Just kind of started it a little while ago. This Paul Dini omnibus. So this is what I've currently been reading. Thanos killed the event, or Green Hulk is the only Hulk in Marvel Universe that has been bashed by Thanos. And yeah, because that's the only Hulk that's appeared so far. Technically, we've seen Thunderbolt Ross, but we've not seen the Red Hulk yet, not until Captain America 4. Thanos killed the Avengers, X-Men, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, and Galactus. He also killed Silver Surfer, whom Surfer almost killed Thanos, and Surfer also wielded Thor's hammer. Was that in the Thanos Kills the Marvel Universe book? Alright. Red Hulk is going to be in live-action Marvel film? Yes. It'll be played by Harrison Ford. Because William Hurt, who's the original actor for Thunderbolt Ross, passed away. So they recasted him as Harrison Ford. Yep, Red Hulk will make Red Hulk, or at least Thunderbolt. It looks like Red Hulk will make an appearance. Because there was a leaked photo of Anthony Mackie in his Captain America suit. Like a Captain Americanized Falcon suit. He's Captain America now. It's just the Sam Wilson version. He was in his uniform, sitting next to Harrison Ford, who was wearing torn up pants similar to that of the Hulk. So it looks like we will be getting Red Hulk in Captain America New World Order. Or Captain America 4. William Hurt actually looks like General Thunderbolt Ross? Yeah. Bad news, Captain America 4 is going to come out in 2025. Yeah. I'd rather the movie take longer to come out if it comes out good rather than get it rushed. To be honest, William Hurt actually looks like General Thunderbolt Ross. Yes. Well, I think a big part of that is just because they just casted him so well. But yeah, unfortunately, the only MCU movie coming out in 2024 is going to be Deadpool 3. So, the good news when it comes to that is Marvel's been focusing a lot on quantity rather than quality. So hopefully them taking a year outside of Deadpool 3 to take some time, resettle, figure things out, get the right reshoots done, get all this taken care of. Hopefully that then will, get everything there taken care of. Like, I seriously hope that them taking this year is going to, you know, have them come back stronger. Thunderbolts is literally Marvel's Suicide Squad. Yeah, pretty much. They copy each other all the time. Like, you know why we have Bucky Barnes and the Red Hood, right? Do you all know why we have Bucky Barnes and the Red Hood? For those who don't know, to start appealing to younger audiences and having kids actually relate. Yeah, well, here's the thing about Beyond the Spider-Verse. That movie was never supposed to come out in March of 2024, ever. It was never supposed to. So, like, they said, like, that was wrong. Like, that, like, I don't know, they didn't know how that got in there. Like, they never, so, yeah. Barnes and Todd have been killed and came back. Yes, but, so, back in, like, 1940, to appeal to young audiences, Batman writers, of course, create the character of Dick Grayson, Robin. Fun fact, is probably my favorite comic book character, period. Dick Grayson, well, technically Nightwing, but Dick Grayson Robin was created. And Dick Grayson and Robin is very well beloved. As time goes on, I'm going to give you like the general history here. As time goes on, they create the kid team, the Teen Titans, and it was originally just him, Kid Flash, and Aqualad, I want to say, was the original members of the Teen Titans. This, of course, means they aged him up from like a 9-year-old to a teenager. As this keeps happening through the 80s, you get both turn into assassins. Yes, that as well. This, of course, means that Dick Grayson eventually leaves as Robin and becomes Nightwing. This means that Batman, for a short period of time, did not have Robin, which for comic writers decided to create a new character, Jason Todd. The original version of Jason Todd was so much of a Dick Grayson ripoff, down to the point where they were both killed, or not, both of their families were killed in circus accidents, because one was the Flying Graysons and the other was the Flying Todds. They literally recreated Dick Grayson, swapped out the name, used the same drawings, and they called him Jason Todd. Then we got Crisis on Infinite Earths, things reset, and we got the, like, Jason Todd as we know him of today, where he's, you know, he was stealing the tires off the Batmobile, he gets brought in off the streets, then you get the Death in the Family storyline. That's the Jason Todd we all know today. Post-Crisis. I want to say that's post-Crisis. And of course, he dies, whatnot. Now, because of the popularity of Dick Grayson, when he first came out in the 1940s, Captain America, well, Marvel writers with Captain America wanted to recreate that. So they created the character of Bucky Barnes. As the kid, the MCU changed this so now they're best friends instead of like dad and ward kind of relationship. In the MCU, they're best friends. And Bucky's even a year older than Steve. In the comics, not the case. And so, as time goes on, Marvel has the brilliant idea. So Jason Todd dies, and this is before the Winter Soldier. Yeah, for the most part, Death in the Family equals Winter Soldier. For the most part. I'd say it's more Under the Red Hood equals the Winter Soldier. Death in the Family is the story of how Jason Todd dies. Under the Red Hood is how he becomes the Red Hood. Where Winter Soldier is how Bucky becomes the Winter Soldier. So fast forward, now I want to say it's the early 2000s. And Marvel wants to do something creative with a character who had died, and that was Bucky Barnes. So what do? They bring him back as the villain known as the Winter Soldier. And it was a smash hit in the comics. Everyone loved it. So what does DC do? They copy Marvel off a character that Marvel copied from DC. So they say, okay, well, we're not going to do anything with Dick Grayson, Robin, but for Jason Todd, who dies, we'll bring him back as the Red Hood, and we get the Under the Red Hood storyline. So, Bucky exists because of Robin, but Red Hood exists because of Winter Soldier. It's one of my coolest, like, how how Marvel and DC constantly copy each other, and that actually makes comics all the more better. I love it when Marvel and DC copy each other, because it just means that they're competing to make similar ideas and trying to see who's better. Injustice's Civil War? I mean, not really. I see where you're going, where the heroes fight each other. Where Injustice, it's more of like Superman takes over like all world governments, and there's a resistance to take him down. Civil War is just a conflict of ideologies. It's I see it, but it's the least similar of the stories. Captain America, First Avenger, Captain America, Winter Soldier. Oh, Winter Soldier. I love First Avenger, Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier is top 10 superhero movie, period. Bar none. Bar none, Winter Soldier's top 10 superhero movie all time. And I'd put that probably around the 7 or 8 range. 7 or 8. I'd say Winter Soldier's probably around the 7th or 8th best superhero movie of all time. So I'd have like Dark Knight. I personally love Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'd put that at number 2. I'm a DC nut. I love the Justice League. I understand a lot of people wouldn't put way as high as I do, but I love Zack Snyder's Justice League. 3, I'd go Infinity War. 4 and 5, your pick of which one gets which slot. I'd go Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man No Way Home. That's my top 5. 6, I'll go Logan. Actually, no, I take that back. 4, 5, and 6 is any combination of Logan, Spider-Man 2, and Spider-Man No Way Home. So 4, 5, and 6 are any combination of those 3. 7 and 8, I'd go either Matt Reeves' Batman or Captain America the Winter Soldier. I'd go Into the Spider-Verse at 9. And probably Endgame at 10. I'd say that's my top 10. Kind of roughly done there. When I was recovering from hip surgeries, Infinity War was number 3. Infinity War was 3. I have a personal love for the Justice League, so I have Zack Snyder's Justice League at number 2, and I had Dark Knight number 1. You want to be a sequel to Zack Snyder's Justice League? Why is there not so far? Okay. I researched this. I'm going to take a quick second here because my headphones are bugging me, so I'm just going to take a minute. Break from the game, even though I haven't played... I've been talking the entire time. I'm really paying attention to the game. So, the reason we have not gotten Zack Snyder's Justice League 2, we were never supposed to get Zack Snyder's Justice League to begin with. Here is what happens. The story goes, Zack Snyder's creating Justice League. It was actually... We're still on track with all the movies that DC was planning to make at that time for the DCEU. There was, in their minds, the DCEU was still doing well. So what ends up happening is Justice League is being made. It's probably about 2/3, 3/4 done, or it's probably even closer than that. And Zack Snyder, of course, had his personal tragedy where his daughter, I want to say DCU is dead, remember? Now it is. In 2017, when all this was happening, it was very much alive. So then, if I remember the story correctly, I'm going off the top of my head, so please take this with a grain of salt. So, I want to say his daughter committed suicide. And it is horrible to think about. I can't remember if it was that or car accident. His daughter died. And of course, Zack Snyder takes the time to be with his family, leaves the project entirely, and focuses on his family. As he should. And so that's what happens with that. That's why when you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, at the very end it says for Autumn. Because that's his daughter. Warner Brothers still has to release the movie. You know, the show must go on for Warner Brothers. So they do what they believe is best. They bring in Joss Whedon, who did the first 2 Avenger movies. And they say, can you finish this? Zack Snyder got such and such far. You did the 2 first Avenger movies. Can you finish this? Joss Whedon says yes. According to much of the cast, including Ezra Miller, which will just ignore a lot of the Ezra Miller stuff, and Gal Gadot, especially Gadot, no one liked Joss Whedon on that set. No one. He essentially rewrote everything really quickly. Will it be a sequel to No Way Home? Yes, except that's another can of worms I'm not going to get into at this moment until after I'm done explaining this bit about Zack Snyder's Justice League. So, Joss Whedon basically rewrites the entire movie as per Warner Brothers executive requests, as I understood. As a mixture of Joss Whedon's own personal choices and the Warner Brothers executives. Warner Brothers executives still wanted the movie to be released in 2017, prior to December. So it was released at the very end of November. And the movie had to be under 2 hours long, as so that way they can show it more in theaters and it can get more showings, which means it makes more money. So that's why the movie, if you watch the theatrical cut of Justice League, it is 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Now, all of this happens, and almost immediately, the theory that the Snyder Cut exists happens. Long story short, 4 years later, as the, release the Snyder Cut hashtag goes nuts, Warner Brothers does the unthinkable and gives the mouse the cookie. They give, really quickly, Spider-Man 4, yes, but there's a problem. Sony wants it to be another Spider-Verse movie, Roll and Tom Holland wanted to be grounded. Yes, that's exactly what I was going to get to. Thank you, Deadpool. Thank you, Wade. Yes, that is exactly what I was going to go to. Thank you for stepping in with that. So, yes. Kevin Feige and Tom Holland both want it to be grounded, and I agree with Marvel Studios, not Sony. Sony should not make this a Spider-Verse movie. I think Spider-Verse should be used for special occasions, or the Spider-Verse series. In terms of, that's Tom Holland's universe. As much as I prefer Tobey and Andrew as their Spider-Man, they should be in their own universes. I think this should be Tom's universe. If you start bringing in Tobey and Andrew for all the big parts of the stories, then it takes away from it being Tom's universe. And you're starting to nostalgia bait. Let it be Tom's. Tom just had his origin trilogy. Let him expand on it. Getting back to Zack Snyder's Justice League and why there's not a sequel. So, Zack Snyder was granted $30 million, and I forget how much time, to finish and release his version of Justice League, and it was going to premiere the same day that HBO Max releases. And it was going to be an HBO Max exclusive. And so, with that, Sony already made it across the Spider-Verse, and they should focus on Beyond. Yes. I'm gonna go see Madam Web, just because I love superhero movies, even if they're bad. Madam Web does not look like it's gonna be good, and every single time you hear about that movie, it's something disappointing. Somehow it gets even more and more disappointing. I'll go see it eventually, but imagine Zack Snyder directing Infinity War? No. Snyder should not have directed Infinity War. Or, he should not hypothetically have directed Infinity War. I'm so glad the Russo brothers did. And then, so Snyder goes off, he finishes the movie. As a fun fact, in that final scene, or that one final scene where that's the nightmare, and that's where Batman and Joker talk, that scene was actually shot in Snyder's backyard? It was either his backyard or his driveway, with like a bunch of green screens. It was shot in his driveway or his backyard during the pandemic, so that's why everyone's like standing so far away from each other in that scene, or they look like they're far away from each other, is because they're using perspective to make it look like they're close to each other, but in reality they're all social distancing. And so that's actually a fun fact about that. Venom 3, is it happening? Yes, it's coming out late at the end of this year. It's at the end of 2024. And then, so the movie comes out. It's a smash hit. Everyone loved it. A lot of people really liked it, if not loved it. And like, this is the Justice League we were missing. Of course, the original plan was for Justice League to be 3 movies. It was going to be a whole trilogy. And Snyder was not going to do like an MCU type thing. He was doing like his own thing where Warner Brothers was like tacking onto it with like David Ayer's Suicide Squad from 2016, which is a whole other can of worms on why the Ayer cut should exist. And things like The Atom was supposed to get a movie. That was supposed to be like what Shang-Chi was in terms of like Asian representation before Shang-Chi even came out. It was supposed to be a lot of this. It was supposed to be a lot of things, but Warner Brothers, when Zack Snyder left and Justice League flopped because the studio interfered so much, they scrapped that whole idea and said, nope, the theatrical cut is what's canon. The director's cut is just this fun thing that we released because the fan base was so passionate for it. That's why the Snyder Cut exists. Where the theatrical cut is what's technically canon to the DCEU. And so, when it came to the sequels, because they didn't want to commit to that story, and that the Snyder Cut is like this extra little fun thing to the eyes of the DCEU for the fans, purely for the fans, that the theatrical cut is what's canon, because they're very different. Very different. So, the DCEU is dead. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom was the last film. I haven't seen it, so I'm not going to comment on Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. Please don't give me spoilers. So, that was the end of the DCEU. The only project for DC that we're getting for in terms of a cinematic universe is going to be Creature Commandos, which I'm looking forward to. That's going to be the start of James Gunn's thing. And then his first film is coming out next July, and that's going to be Superman Legacy. So, all in all, the sequels to Zack Snyder's Justice League are not going to happen because they just aren't committing to that story, and the DCEU is dead. Bully Maguire. Are you going to put some dirt in our eyes? We're going to have to dig on this. But that's the detailed explanation of why we're not going to get the sequels to Justice League. If we do get lucky and they do release, Warner Brothers will likely work with Zack Snyder, and Zack Snyder will release his sequels, if that's even going to happen. So many things have to fall in line. Essentially, every actor has to commit to it, and Snyder has to be able to do it, and it would have to be released on Netflix. No, not this time. I don't have time to be a meme. Fix this damn door! Yes, I do. You'll get your wreck when you fix this damn door! That was you, right, Bully? I should probably turn the music off. I hope you all followed that explanation from... That's off the top of my head, too, so I probably didn't get every detail correct. I wish to act as in character, but I'm too tired. That's okay. That's perfectly okay, Bully. Also call you Bully, but you don't have to be in character. It's fine. We're just all here having fun, just talking comics, talking movies, talking, you know. I'm not gonna lie, the Arkham Origins is kind of taking a major backseat to these conversations. I've only really finished like in the near 4 hours. Oh my god, I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Oh, that last hour just flew. Last time I checked, I was streaming for like 2.5 hours. Just call you Peter? Fair enough. Sure thing, Peter. I've only done like one mission. That's like it. Alright. How the hell do I get in here? I assume it's down here. Wait a minute. Huh. Interesting. It's a two-set violin reference if anyone watches two-set violin. Alright. Where the fuck do I go? But yeah, Venom 3 is happening. It should be released in October of this year. And I have no expectations for it. I loved the first one. I actually like the second one, the with Carnage. I know Carnage should have been used in rated R. Considering they had to make it PG-13, I think that's about as good of a Carnage as we were going to get with a PG-13 rating. And so, I mean, it is what it is. Living on the edge, fighting crime, spinning webs. Living on the edge, fighting crime, spinning webs. Is that... That's not Spectacular Spider-Man, is it? I feel that sounds like Spectacular... I feel like that's Spectacular Spider-Man theme song. I don't know why, it just feels like Spectacular Spider-Man. Do I want to go in from the back? But, like, Venom 3, I know nothing about what they're going to do for Venom 3. Honestly, feels like Venom 1 came out like a year ago. I'm not gonna lie. Venom 1 feels like it was just like a year ago when we're like, that one woman in the trailer called them symbiotes. You know, when everyone lost their collective minds. Alright, that's locked. Alright, is that where I want to go? Is up here? Or is that just a place where I can, like, perch? Damn it. That is just a vantage point. Is there going to be a Red Tornado movie? Sorry, bud. I don't foresee it. If there is, it's not been announced. I don't foresee there being a Red Tornado movie anytime soon, nor have I heard of it. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the casual fan, no one knows about Red Tornado, which is a shame. Like, the only place where a casual fan is going to have heard of Red Tornado is Young Justice. That's really it. Or if you're like me and you played a shit ton of DC Universe Online, then yeah, you're probably going to know who Red Tornado is. But to your casual fan, no. He's just not as marketable as other characters, and at the end of the day, they got to use the popular characters. Very rarely have they used a unpopular character and... Oh, shit, I didn't even notice this. And have it actually, like, work out. Like, Guardians worked out. Suicide Squad eventually worked out. You know... Not that Red Tornado wouldn't, it's just, it's so hard to see it happening. If you get the right person to make it, then yes. Like Blue Beetle. Here's the thing. Blue Beetle was phenomenal. I loved Blue Beetle. Oh my gosh, I love Blue Beetle. But because people are so like anti-DC movies right now, it flopped. The movie was fantastic. You can lift above our heads. Ooh. Like, when I read ooh, I just think of DuckTales. Ooh. Do, 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 DuckTales. Ooh. That's all I think of when I read, like, ooh. Like that. It's like, DuckTales. Oh, you mother. Alrighty. There it is. That's original. You know it's open sesame because it's supposed to be like open says me. Anybody here know that?
Bodies everywhere. The Joker may still be here in the vault. I should use caution.
I'm sure you can open up that door, but where? Oh, it's.
There's something more sinister going on here.
Seriously? Oh, it is late. Holy cow. Whew. Villains in the rise and cities victimized. Looked up, no surprise, arriving at the speed on time. Where'd I go? Oh. Duh. Way back up. I guess I'm going through. I don't. I'm tired. My brain isn't work. My brain don't worky good.
My bank, huh?
Roman, I'm here for the Joker.
The Joker?
Wait, arriving in the speed on time.
Never heard of him. How about you, dog? Know the Joker?
The who?
Oh my gosh. Arriving at the speed on. It's riding on this in the speed of time. I know that line. That line I know. Oh my god, I know that line.
You son of a bitch! You think you can steal from me? I got away with it? You're a dead man. Dead!
I know that. I fucking know that line. Oh, it is Spectacular Spider-Man. It is. Okay. Okay. I didn't have Disney XD. Like, I didn't have that I didn't have like that kind of cable TV when I was growing up. Or when that show was coming out.
It's been you this whole time. You hired the assassins. You've been running Sionis' operation.
Well, technically it's my operation now. Isn't that right, boys?
You got me. Now let her go.
Oh, life would be so simple if you were all I wanted. No,
So I didn't like watch Spectacular Spider-Man when it came out.
to what I've got up my sleeve.
Sue me.
Here, have a laugh on me. Do you hear that? Sounds like 8 tiny reindeer.
She's dead.
All right. Batman Arkham series. Trying not to use Joker as a main villain. Challenge. Impossible. Is it true you first knew about the Marvel character Mangog this year? That is true. I hadn't really heard of Mangog before. I'm not gonna lie, when he first said Mangog, I immediately thought of like what's his name? Manowar from like the Valiant comics. Yeah, that is a Thor villain. I never heard of Mangog. I lean DC. I love all comics. My channel is supposed to be all comics. I don't know everything. There's bound to be a lot of basic information or basic characters that I didn't hear about. And I'm not the biggest Marvel fan. I have the comics of Marvel that I enjoy, but I lean DC. I do. I grew up with more of the Justice League than I did with Marvel. I grew up with Spider-Man on Marvel's side, a little bit of the X-Men. And on DC, I knew Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Aquaman, Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, and Jon Stewart. I knew of all of these different characters. And yeah. First knew about him in 2022 in Marvel's Contest of Champions. Okay. When I first started getting like really into comics, the channel that I watched a lot of YouTube when it came to them because I didn't own the comics. Ah, Spidey, Nick. You guys are hitting it off, it looks like.
No one does this to us, all right? No one. Hey, here he is.
And you said that was a mobile game, right? That one? Contest of Champions? Didn't you guys say that's a mobile game? Alright. It is a mobile game? Okay. Spider-Man, I've got 381 champions.
Where's the
Oh, okay.
going?
Guy's nuts, man. Killed about a quarter of Black Masked men when they wouldn't take orders from him.
Unless you want to join them, talk.
He said something about the steel mill.
Who voices Batman in this game? Obviously, it's not Kevin Conroy.
It's Joker's mill now. Ain't no way you're getting in there.
I didn't ask for your opinion. Alfred, pull schematics on Sionis Industries steel mill. Joker's taken Sionis there. He's going to kill him. Unless I get there first.
This Joker sounds dangerous.
Batman
He's taken
Arkham
over Black Mask's
Origins.
operation and slaughtered the men who wouldn't turn. He's the one who hired the assassins.
And it must be
On IMDb.
bombing of the GCPD. Oh,
In case you guys didn't know, you can actually look up video games on IMDb and find the actors.
Not a chance. He's mine.
So Troy Baker is the Joker. Great Griffin was Vicky Vale. So the woman in this game who plays Vicky Vale is Azula from Avatar: Last Airbender, Daphne from modern Scooby-Doo stuff, Vicky from Fairly Odd Parents, a smattering of other like super iconic voices. She plays Vicky Vale. That's so cool. But where the hell is Batman? Nolan North was the Penguin. Okay. I see it. Or hear it, I should say. Roger Craig Smith voiced Batman. The same guy who voices Sonic in Sonic Boom. The same guy who voices Sonic the Hedgehog in Sonic Boom voices Batman in this video game. Mangog or Solomon Grundy, who wins? I mean, Solomon Grundy can't die, and neither can Mangog. Considering Mangog's like immortal and Solomon Grundy can die, he just comes back stronger the next time. The fact that Solomon Grundy does die, I give it to Mangog. Alright, am I out of the building? Nolan North mean one of the best Deadpool voices besides Ryan Reynolds? Yes, I do mean Nolan North. Roger Craig Smith, he's also great as Captain America. I mean, that's what I heard is that he's also Cap. Yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, this game might not have Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill. It is still an insane cast. Voice Captain Avengers Assemble and Lego Marvel Superheroes. He reminds me of Brian Bloom's Captain America from Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Okay. I need to catch up on a lot of those Marvel shows, on all those Marvel animated shows. And that's Roger Craig Smith, isn't it? I'm pressing B! There we go. Wow, that was powerful. Better catch up on 90s X-Men, 90s Spider-Man, Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Spectacular Spidey. Okay. But I've already watched 90s X-Men and 90s Spidey. I grew up on 90s Spidey. The other Marvel shows from Disney XD suck. That's what I heard. Let's see what happens with this baby.
There's nothing here.
Oh shit! Fucking Lady Shiva.
Shiva. Trying to collect the bounty.
That's just a consolation prize, in case you fail the test.
What is this corny ass camera movement?
Somewhere in New Gotham, an innocent man is about to die. And we both know you won't allow that. So the question is...
This is like the Witcher type camera movement.
Can you save him?
All right. Here's the thing. Everybody. I know it's a Saturday. But I'm tired. I was not expecting to go for over 4 hours. Ultimate Spider-Man, Avengers Assemble, Hulk, and Agents of Smash. Are you trying to say Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or literally copy the MCU and sell more toys. Oh, okay. I'll try to keep an eye on EMH Spectacular Spidey, because I already grew up on like 90s X-Men and 90s Spidey. So EMH and Spectacular Spider-Man are okay. I'll keep an eye on those ones. If you guys want to keep talking, I do have a Discord. It is an older Discord that is gone through its eras, entering a new era with it. The link has been posted periodically throughout chat. A link to join it. You guys want to keep talking? You guys are more than welcome to chat there. I'm tired. There's a lot of stuff I want to get done tomorrow. A lot of stuff I want to do and things I have planned. So, Agents of Smash, yeah, okay, it does sound, it is stupid. Okay. But, I mean, generally speaking, if you guys want to chat there, by all means, click the link, join the Discord. More than welcome to chat on there. If not, I still have Botrix. Yes, the link that Botrix is throwing out. It's been a little while. But yeah, that link is for the Discord. For some reason, my computer's not letting me open Discord right now. But I know this issue, so I just have to do that. And that. And now it should open up for me. So there's a lot of older stuff in there, and that's just simply because of the Discord was used for when I used to live stream on Twitch way earlier, like years ago. And so there's a bit of older stuff in there. But yeah. You guys are more than welcome. What time is it? What time is it there? For me, it's 11:20. But I wake up at like 6 a.m. So I've been up since I've been up for almost 18 hours. And I had a big day. I've had a pretty big day, so here what I'll do is I'll add an extra quick link here. There's an extra link. It's good for the next hour. So if you guys want to join the Discord, by all means. It's noon in your country, you're Filipino. Oh, okay. Yeah, for me it's 11:20 p.m. So you're almost exactly, I think it's half a day ahead. So January 28th. For you, January 27th for me. Yeah, for me, I'm tired. I'm from Minnesota, which is in the pretty much not dead center, but like the dead center line in the United States. So I'm just north of, if you know where Chicago is, northwest of Chicago. I'm from I'm trying to think here. I'm from where Prince is from. No stream tomorrow, Kevin. Is that right? No, no stream tomorrow. I'm busy tomorrow. I got other stuff planned. I'll be honest. Is it nighttime there? Yep. See right behind me. There's no sun behind me. It is almost midnight where I'm from. So, here's the thing about a stream schedule on my end. As of right now, I don't foresee myself having much of a super strict stream schedule because I essentially already have a full-time job, a side hustle, and of course my personal life. And YouTube is trying to fit YouTube into there is very difficult. So having a consistent stream schedule while trying to make long form videos every week or two or so, I don't really have a strict upload schedule either. So I know I've kind of come out with videos usually every Tuesday. I don't expect a video to be out this Tuesday. I know it's kind of been, I've been lucky the past few weeks to kind of have it be every week. Nope, that's outside. It's dark. So the thing is I don't really have a strict upload schedule. I try to get a new video out. I try to get a new video out every week or as close as I can. But like when you work a full-time job, you have a personal life, side hustle. I'm in an orchestra, so I try to practice my instruments. My mom and I are working on learning Japanese together, so there's a lot of things that we're doing. I'm doing in addition to YouTube. So having strict upload and streaming schedules, it's the only thing that's really strict for me right now is if I can help it. Wednesday nights I stream on the ChatGPT universe. For those who are unaware what I'm talking about with that, this past Wednesday we started a series on this channel where I'm going to be live streaming with you guys, a process where you all chats and myself will put together a original cinematic universe through ChatGPT. So we so far have come up with heroes and villains, and that's about it. We haven't come up with any movie plots or anything of the sort. Basically, we have 5 heroes and about 25 villains. About 5 villains per hero. And we're going to try to come up with movies for like all these characters and create a cinematic universe of sorts. After a couple of streams, I'm going to edit down try to minimally edit the process and make a long form video out of it. So it would be sort of similar to my DC fanfiction series, which if you haven't seen those, if you liked a lot of our super nerdy conversations about superhero movies, I highly suggest checking that out because that was a lot of fun to put together. I did it off and on for like the past 4 years. So if you liked all these conversations, by all means, please check those out because that will be like a good solid like 2 hours of 2 hours of videos. It's almost half the length. It's over just about half the length of the stream. That all being said, that's why I don't really have a strict streaming schedule. It's just because life. I try to stream on a lot of the nights where I don't really have anything planned. So that's why my streams, I don't really announce them. Because to me, I'm just so busy in general that when it's like, oh, it's like 5:30 or 6 o'clock, and it's like, I don't have plans for the rest of the night. I'm going to go stream. That's essentially what happens. It's like, oh, I actually don't have, anything going on. So that's the sneak peek into my streaming schedule and why I don't have one, because I have so much other stuff going on. So thank you all. Spidey, Deadpool, Miguel, Peter / Bully McGuire. You guys made this stream so much fun. Parker, Nick, Hiro, Diva, everybody else who stopped in. You guys were fantastic as per always. I love streaming to you guys. You guys are so much fun. I'm tired. Like I've said in the past, when am I going live again? No clue. The earliest it would possibly be maybe Monday. Maybe. What time is it where I'm at? It is 11:27 p.m. Central Time Zone in America. So right now it's 11:27 p.m. It's almost midnight. So I'm tired. I've been up since my 6 a.m. So it's almost 18 hours. So, yeah. The absolute earliest it's going to be is Monday. It will definitely not be Tuesday. And Wednesday will be the next installments of the ChatGPT videos, or live streams, excuse me. So Wednesday, more than likely, we'll have a stream. And maybe Monday. Where are my dogs? They're upstairs in bed. My dogs don't sleep with me. My dogs sleep with my folks. So, yeah, I'm full transparency. I am one of the adults who has a full-time job but still lives in the parents' basement. Full disclosure. Probably didn't need to go that personal, but housing market in America sucks. So I have a full-time job, but alas, those are technically my parents' dogs. And so, yeah. Looking for a job? Yeah, work is work. I got lucky with my job. All I'll say it is that I work from home. That's the best part of my job, as I work from home. My commute, I wake up here, and it's, as you can tell from the corner of my room, it is further for me to walk over to my dresser and get dressed in the morning than it is to come to my desk and work. So, like, for me, I work here, and I stream here. I do YouTube, I edit videos here. As I've shown you on my cameras, and when I walk around my bedroom, that's where I record my long form videos. I essentially set my camera up by my record player. The other side of this wall is my comic book wall, and that's where I record my videos. And then I edit them right here. And now I work a full-time job, relatively new full-time job, at this desk. I spend probably a low average of 12 hours a day at this desk. I'm tired from doing all that. So, like, these are actually blue light filters, prescription blue light filters, essentially. So, it's really nice. So, like I've said, if you want to keep chatting amongst yourselves, links are all over. Links for Discord are all over the chat Love to see you guys hop in there. Love to chat with you guys in there when I'm not, streaming. But other than that, next stream for sure will be Wednesday. The next, if there's anyone any earlier, it would probably be Monday. Actually, it would only be Monday. I'm not streaming tomorrow, and I'm not streaming Tuesday, so that means the next possible stream would be Monday, if not Wednesday. If the next long-form video is not out on Tuesday, I'll try to get it out as soon as possible after that. But yeah, you all have a great night. I mean, I had a lot of fun today. I was not expecting to go for 4.5 hours. Glad I did. You guys all have a phenomenal night, or rest of your day. Some of you guys are watching in the middle of the day, so you all have phenomenal rest of your weekend. Good night. Good day. Salutate. I don't know.